kia mākina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai. E he ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori ora.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Swiggs, mō tō Karakia, whakatimatanga o tātou nei hui, tēnei rā, tēnā koe. Ai, tēnā koutou, e rau rangatira mā, nā kai kaunihera, nā kai mahi, nā memo te hāpore, e mā taki mai, i tēnei rā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ka huri au taka whakaro, ki ngā tini aitua, ko wehe atu ki te pō, o ia marae, o ia motu, o ia takiwā, moi mai rā. Apati hono, tātou hono rātou, kia rātou, apati hono, tātou hono, tātou, kia tātou, te hunga ora, ko tai mai nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ka huri au taka whakaro ki te hui i tuahiwi ina nahi. He rawe te kōrero o ngā iwi o Aotearoa mō ngā kaupapa whakahirihira mō tātou. Ai, he rawe. I tēnei rā, he rawe te kōrero pēr, mō tēnei tepu, mō tēnei takiwā, ai, kia kaha koutou, kia kaha. Ai, nei rā te mihi kia koutou i tēnei wā. So kia ora everybody, welcome to our meeting here today. Thank you Dion for your karakia, and welcome to our 588th council meeting. We've definitely got a quorum present. I know we've got 2 councillors online and we've got 1 away, but definitely got a quorum and pleased to declare this meeting open. There's been a slight change to the order of our business, and that is we've just got a few big items to get through today. In 8.1, 8.2 in particular, we've got external people here to support those papers. And we've also got a notice of motion response that we're doing, and a deputation that we've got on that notice of motion. So normally we'd take the deputations at number 4, but what we've arranged to do is to take that deputation after 8.2, and then we will also bring forward the notice of motion response to 8.3. So that's what we're doing there. And so just note that although we will be dealing with the notice of motion in terms of just receiving the notice of motion response at number 6, and then we'll hang it over to after 8.2. But I'll explain that as we go. And also we had a supplementary agenda 8.8, which is the notice of motion response. And as I said, we'll take that after item 8.2. So in terms of apologies, I don't know if Councillor Burns is... what he told us earlier on that he's not here was an apology, but just noting that he's away over at the City Council at the moment. So move to conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest? Yeah, Councillor East.
I don't have a conflict of interest, Mr. Chairman, but I just wanted to make a statement. I find it somewhat incongruous that this council has been subjected to our chief executive, our former chair, members of our staff and councillors have been subjected to a tirade of toxic abuse for quite some time. Due to a quirk in the laws of the land, this room is designated a public space and we can't remove people from it. I feel that we have been subjected to some pretty vile, disgusting and toxic communication, and for that reason I can't stay in the same room as a perpetrator of such information. I intend to withdraw to the councillors' lounge and go online until such time as the situation is resolved. Thank you.
Got it, Councillor East. Thank you for that. Any other conflicts of interest matters? No. We'll move on. Thank you, Councillor East. We'll see you online shortly. Okay, public forums, deputation, petitions. Like I said, we do have one, but we're going to take that after item 8.2. Extraordinary and urgent business. Is there any? I haven't received any, so no. Notices of motion number 6. So we do have a resolution on our table here which is to receive and consider the following report at the Council today, Wednesday, the 23rd of October, and that's 1.1 Public Transport Cruise Ship Response 24-25. And like I said, that's our supplementary report 8.8 as well. So can I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? Vicky, move it. Councillor Councillor Southworth to move it. Councillor Edge to second it. Any discussion needed? No? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So like I said, we'll consider the actual report.
I'm not going to call him out, but I just said so.
I called him out.
We'll consider the response after 8.2, as well as the deputation related to that at 8.2. All good? So we'll move on to item 7.1. Item 7 and 7.1, which is our minutes. We have minutes from the 18th and 19th of September, which was our hearings and deliberations on the representation review, and also our council minutes from the 25th of September. Do I have any questions or anything about that? Yeah? No? Yeah, you got a question? Yeah.
I recall at the time that we wanted a secretarial note, Councillor Burns and myself, regards to how the Central Ward constituency was based on 3 submissions, the change of that, and we wanted our no for the changes to be recorded. I don't think the minutes accurately discuss that.
Can you point me to the page number, please?
Well, it's just in general. It's regarding, God, now I've lost it. Because I did it all online, sorry. Now I can't log in. I think it was 8.
I mean, I have it on page 7 where it's your vote against the changes to 5.1.1.
But the reasons being I wanted noted is that it was based on just 3 submissions coming in, 1 oral.
I didn't chair that meeting, but I don't know if we can note that in the minutes that Councillor Councillor Robinson and Councillor Burns
Well, it's just based on
that noted.
accuracy, and I asked for it to be recorded. I mean, no fault. It was quite a discussion. So yeah, and unfortunately, Councillor Burns is not here, but we both So if that could be recorded, thank you.
Yep, happy if that's done. But you're happy that the vote is recorded properly? Yep, cool. All good. Any other questions about the minutes? All good. So we've got our resolution here about that to confirm these set of minutes, noting what Councillor Robinson has just said. Do I have a mover for that? Anybody? Councillor Southworth and Councillor Mackay second it. Any discussion? No? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Okay. And Councillor Robinson's abstain. All good. That's carried. Thank you. So that's 7.1. Let's move to our first item for discussion, 8.1. That's on page 53 of your agenda. And I'll call Brian Elliott to introduce this report. And we've also got Chantal here from Audit New Zealand. So, hara mai, welcome to the table. Now, this is, of course, the adoption of our annual report for 23-24 for our last financial year. So a massive piece of work here. I've got the big copy of the thing right here. And I've also got a supplementary paper to summarise it for the community as well. So hand over to you, Brian. Thank you very much.
Okay, so as was stated, this is the annual report for 23-24. It has already been reviewed and drafted by the Audit and Risk Committee, and you have, I believe, received final copies. We are also in receipt of the audit report to include with it, so for that purpose I'll hand over to Chantal to give an overview of the audit results.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I apologise for my voice. I've got a bit of a cold at the moment, so a bit gravelly. We want to note that we've completed our audit of the annual report on the 30th of June 2024 and the summary annual report. As of today, we are issuing an unmodified report by saying that the financial statements fairly present the Regional Council's financial position and results of its operations and cash flows for the year, and that they comply with generally accepted accounting practice. That the funding impact statement, statement of capital expenditure for each group activity, and the funding impact statement for each group activity is fairly presented in all material respects, and that the statement of performance presents fairly in all material respects the levels of service compared with intended levels of service for the year. That's it.
Well, Chantal. Is there any questions for Brian or Chantal before we go to the discussion on this? No, all good. Thank you very much. In terms of the audit report, that's been cool. No worries. Let's bring that to the front. Cool. Well, you are now because that's our dance floor. Thank you. And that's been distributed to councillors as well in terms of the report. So thank you for that. So what we've got to do now, there's 4 resolutions on the table there. And you can step back from the table. That's fine. Thank you very much. There's 4 resolutions there in terms of the process here. We have to approve the contents of our annual report and the summary report. That's the first one we need to do. And we also delegate to the Chief Executive the authority to make minor alterations. So that's number 2. Then we receive the audit report that we've just been explained about and handed to us. And then finally, we need to adopt the package of the audit report and the annual report and the annual report summary for the last year. So I'm wondering, Councillor Edge, as the Deputy Chair of the ARCF, you would like to move that and speak to that? And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Sunkel, thank you very much. So we'll move to Councillor Edge. Are we happy? First of all, are we happy to take them all together? Yep, we have to take them all together. Cool. So Councillor Edge, away you go.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank Chantal and her team at Audit New Zealand and Brian Elliott and our Chief Financial Officer and our staff for their efficient and collaborative effort in being able to complete the annual plan report in good time. The Audit Committee, the Audit and Risk Committee, discussed the draft annual report at its meeting on the 10th of October and recommended that Council adopts it today in terms of the draft annual report, which is now the final report. This, as Brian suggested, was a backward-looking report describing the activity in 2023-24, and it covers general issues or various issues. Part A of the main report comments on the 5 portfolio areas that Council operated on during that year. Each portfolio has a number of programs and levels of service for each, and the report indicates whether the level of service targets have been achieved or not achieved. And the information was also presented at the Regional Delivery Committee in the Quarter 4 report in August 14th meeting. The annual report describes that we've completed 90% of the levels of service, up from 75% the previous year. That 36 of our 40 levels of service targets have been met, giving 95% targets completed, as opposed to 89 the previous year. On page 71 of the report, a statement of service performance policies and assumptions is also included, which describes how we get some customer feedback on the experience through surveys and those sorts of things to inform our performance. Page 62 gives financial information and key notes. And on page 60 of the agenda, we had an operating surplus of 1.58 million compared with a budgeted loss predicted of $500,000. The variance for that being due to an NZTA grant. So those key issues and the key points raised are on page 60 of the agenda. The independent auditor report's just been provided to us, and at our November audit and risk meeting, we will have a full report from Audit New Zealand, and that will identify any issues that management may need to address. it'll also report on the issues dealt with from the previous year. So thank you very much, and we're certainly pleased that it's an unmodified report and compliant, as Chantal said, in terms of the accounting practice, standard accounting practice and compliance. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Edge. Councillor Sunkel, would you like to speak?
Just very briefly, Councillor Edge has, I guess, summed up where we are. So a big thank you to staff and to the auditor for the process that we've been through. We have sat in these conversations almost at Christmas time in the past. So again, pleasing that it is unmodified and that there are no material challenges within the books. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other people that wish to speak to this item? Yeah, Councillor McKenzie.
Well, only briefly, as not a member of the Audit and Risk Committee, I didn't see the annual report until 8 o'clock last night on my cell phone, and I haven't had an opportunity to go through the annual report, and so I'm regretfully will have to abstain from supporting the adoption of the annual report.
All good. Councillor McKenzie, anyone else wish to speak to it? I'll come back to you, Grant, at the end if there's no other speakers. Yep. Councillor Edge.
I was just really, something I forgot to say was, while we were doing all this work in our portfolios throughout the year, we were also undertaking pretty massive change in terms of the way we're going to do business for this year. And that includes looking at the core service approach, which rather than the portfolio approach. And so now we have 3 core areas, which are the environmental regulation protection, community preparedness and response to hazards in public transport. So a huge effort. And in fact, the summary document does describe some of the highlights that we've obtained. And I mean, the other big thing that we've been doing in 23, 24 as well was the start and the review of the regional policy statement, which we are well advanced with. We initiated improvement to our consent management process, and we're now on top of the consents, and we're hoping that we'll have things 70% of expected that we should have all our legacy applications sorted by the end of this year as well. The other thing is the big issue in terms of the river resilience. We've dealt with the 2021 flood event, and so that project is also completed. So a big load of work for our rivers team. In terms of public transport during that year, Christchurch, the Greater Christchurch Flat Fare Trial was started in July 2023, and that brought the standard bus fare down to $2. Over that course of that year, we've had about a 14.5 million uptake in passenger trips over that year. And of course, we've also been progressing during the year the national ticketing service, which is a major New Zealand-wide thing, and our team have been really on the ball there. So I mean, people could have a look at page 5 and page 4 and 5 of the summary document to sort of get a bit of an idea. But there's a good description, huge amount of work, and it's well done all around.
Thank you, Councillor Edge and Councillor Sunkel. Oh, you want to have a go now, Councillor Karakia? Yeah, I'm good. Yep, there you go.
Not a go, an actual comment, and I turn to the engagement significance and Māori participation. Okay, I turn to point number 15. So the Audit New Zealand opinion provides assurance that requirements have been met under the Local Government Act 2002, Public Benefit Entity Reporting Standards and the Local Government Financial Reporting and Prudence. So in regards to that first part, and so Audit New Zealand's opinion is the assurance that all that was required of the Local Government Act has been adhered to. Is that right? Material. Good. So again, this here is actually not specific as to material. So I just want to make the point again about the engagement, significance and Māori participation needs to be more specific. And if you actually align this to the Local Government Act, well, we have, Māori have some real issues with that act. And particularly around the fact is that when we look at Māori representation of seats or representation, seats require petitions, referenda for Māori seats only. You don't need them for rural, urban or general, even at large seats. So that's the basis of why I really wanted to just highlight that fact again, that if it's material, say it's material. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Korako. Just acknowledge everyone that's contributed to this discussion, and thank the Audit and Risk Committee for their work on this recently. Acknowledge the discussion that happened that day and the questions and answers that were provided. And of course, as Councillor Sunkel said, thanks to the staff. This reflects, similar to what I said last week in our extraordinary meeting last week, this reflects all that work that we do for our community over the last 12 months. And if you go to page 3 of the actual document, you'll see some of those headline sort of statistics there. And as Councillor Edge mentioned, the 14.5 million passenger trips in our public transport network, the over 1,200 resource consent application decisions that we've put through this council, 63 water and land projects funded through our zone committees, etc., etc. Just a massive amount of work that has gone in to helping our communities to do all that work that's really necessary. So just really acknowledging all the work by our staff, but also this council to get that through. And yes, in terms of the audit report, really good result there in terms of that unmodified opinion. So just a big thank you and acknowledgement to everybody. Happy to put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, and any abstentions? Councillor Burns and Councillor Mackenzie, would you like that noted? Good, thank you. That is carried. Thank you. Well done. So let's move on to 8.2, our next matter, which is our representation review, adoption of final proposal. Got Lisa, our General Manager for Governance, and Stephen Hill from electionsnz.com to introduce this report. So thank you to you two, and I'll hand over to you to introduce this item. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. This report seeks Council's approval of its final proposal for the Council's representation arrangements for the 2025 local authority elections. And those arrangements include the number of constituencies and what their boundaries and population are, the names of those constituencies, and the number of councillors representing them. This report brings together a whole program of work through the year to come to this point, and helping us throughout the year has been Stephen Hill from elections.com. I think I'll just hand over to him to briefly run through the final proposal, how we've got to this point from the hearings and deliberations that were held back in September.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mr Chair, councillors. As Lisa has outlined, we've essentially come to almost the final stage of the representation review process. It is a statutory process. All councils have to go through at least every 6 years. And so council is in line with the time frame that's required there. Lisa has talked about some of the factors that we've looked at as we've gone through this process. And I guess I just want to recap some of the key steps that we've taken along the way. There have been a number of workshops and briefings, meetings, a number of steps of consultation and engagement with the community through this process. And through those, we've been taking account of a number of factors that are set out in the Local Electoral Act that need to be taken account of as we work through this process, and those are things like effective representation. How do we provide for effective representation of our communities? Communities of interest, so understanding what those communities are, and then the fair representation requirement as well, which is about the even balance and proportionality of population per member requirements. There is a guideline of plus or minus 10% that you're aware of, but the Act also provides for exemptions from that requirement where it is necessary, and that has been part of the landscape for the Regional Council for a number of electoral cycles now. We went through in the early workshops a number of options of how you might approach looking at the representation structure. I think at least 5 options were discussed at one of the earlier sessions. 3 were looked at in more detail in April for the preliminary consultation stage, where we went out and got initial feedback from the community on those options. There was quite a close margin between 2 of those options, but one was eventually selected by you as the option to be taken out as the initial proposal for formal consultation, and that's what formed the basis of that initial proposal. That has been through a formal submission and consultation process with the community, with submissions received. You have considered those submissions. You've held deliberations on those submissions, and at the end of that deliberation session gave guidance to staff to prepare the final proposal, which is what is in front of you today. That final proposal was an amendment from what went out as the initial proposal, and so there are some requirements in the legislation that we need to explain the reasons why the final proposal is different from the initial proposal, and those are set out drawing on your discussion and deliberations in the report. So essentially you've arrived at the place where you're looking to, in terms of this proposal, revert substantively to the existing arrangements, but with some realignment of some of the boundaries within Christchurch City, including movement of 2 ward communities within a couple of Christchurch City boundaries, but also the requirement to slightly realign this Christchurch City constituency boundaries to align with the ward boundaries that the City Council has, and that's a requirement of the Act as well. So the steps from this point are that following adoption of the final proposal, which will follow this discussion today, the proposal will be publicly notified for a period of not less than 1 month. It will be open for appeals and objections, and those appeals or objections will be received by the Council and then forwarded on to the Local Government Commission, which will make its determination, and it may choose to hold hearings if it wishes to do so, and the final determination to be made by early April, so that the new arrangements are in place ready for the 2025 local elections. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Lisa and Stephen. Do I have any questions for Lisa and Stephen at this point? No? Then you can step away. Thank you. Thanks for that information. And it has been a pretty mammoth process, but obviously guided by the legislation. And thank you, Stephen and Lisa, for guiding us through that. And thank you, councillors, for all your work in terms of the deliberations and hearings and stuff. And, of course, to our community that were heard and that gave submissions into that process. I'm keen to see if there's appetite to put all the resolutions together, because I don't see any logical way to split them up. So happy to take them together if I have a mover for that. Yep. Sorry, I've got Councillor Swiggs and I'll go Councillor Sunkel to move all the resolutions, and then happy to hand over to Councillor Swiggs to open up the debate.
I'll just say a few words. I think this has been quite a full-on process. It's taken quite some time, and these things are you can never please everybody, and there is obviously tension within the room, even with some of the decision that we're looking I'm pleased I'm pleased that we've got to the result we've got to today. I've spoken to a lot of people over the last little while to where we've landed, both the South Canterbury issue that we do need to resolve, and we've given that direction to consider resolving that in the context of some of the structural changes that are happening within local government over the next little while. In regards to the Central Ward, the reason, and Linwood, I know that I've upset some of my fellow colleagues who are in that ward with that recommendation and that resolution that I put forward for those changes. And for that, I'm sorry. I don't mean to ever upset colleagues in this space, so I do apologise if I have upset you for that. But I don't apologise for making that decision or having the opinion of that decision. And I have gone out to people in that community myself and spoken to some of them, and they get it. The ones that I've spoken to, they get it. And I know we probably talk to different people. So, but overall, I'm pleased that we've got to where we've got to. It allows us to move forward. There's obviously some little changes in our Christchurch constituencies that we'll need to get our heads around moving forward to the next election. But thanks to all the staff for all the work that you've done on this as well.
Got it down. Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the words of Councillor Swiggs in moving the motion, and I am very comfortable where we have landed, being ultimately the status quo in this. At this point of time, there was real conjecture and a real passion from the folk of Selwyn to wishing for two representatives to represent Selwyn, and it was a difficult decision on my part to go with the status quo as opposed to moving forward with Selwyn. But I think the challenges of having one person representing all of South Canterbury, with South Canterbury beginning at the Recreational River, just was not tenable. The tyranny of distance, the disparate communities that sit within that. So I'm also pleased that we have put a recommendation to the next council that we look at a full review in 3 years' time to really begin to understand what does fair, what does practical look like in our representation review. And my hope is that we would bring the TAs and ourselves together and have a really good conversation about how it will come together to provide that fairness. So thank you for the opportunity, and I think the status quo is the important piece at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie, would you wish to speak?
No, other than I agree with everything John has said.
Thank you. Councillor Burns.
It's always easy following somebody smarter than you.
Councillor Burns.
Kia ora. Thanks, Mr. Chair. The principles of a democracy allow that no one at this table gets more than one vote over the other people. However, a number of the councillors sitting at this table represent far less numbers than others. That is effectively a gerrymander. The manipulation of an electoral constituency boundary so as to favour one over another. I'm clearly one of the people that Councillor Swiggs is talking about who is unhappy with the decision that the council made. And you're right, we do talk to different people. I talk to my constituents, just like I'm sure you do out in your area out the other side of town. So I just want to be really clear. What appalls me most about this paper is recommendation 10. We had 210 responses to the preferred option that we put out for consultation. 119, or 56.7, supported those options we put out. In Christchurch alone, we had 98 responses, and of those 98, 76, or 77.6%, supported the options we put out. However, some of us decided to make substantial changes to the Christchurch Central North East wards on the basis of one verbal submission and one written. That you cannot see how perverse it is then in recommendation 10 of this report to recommend to the incoming council after the 2025 elections that the Canterbury Regional Council undertakes a comprehensive representation review absolutely amazes me. Councillor Sunkel's right. Let's wait then, because then we can begin to understand what's fair before we make a substantial change. You've done it. here's the worst part too. You then accept the unacceptable gerrymander in South Canterbury, while at the same time give a two-finger salute to the ratepayers and council of New Zealand's fastest growing district. To those of you who put their personal, party or alliance interests above the ratepayers of Canterbury, especially in Selwyn and Christchurch Central, hopefully the ratepayers of Canterbury will either appeal or remember at the next election. And I will say personal, because after the effect, and this is probably why I'm so emotionally involved with it, one councillor came up to me and said an opportunity arose, so I took the opportunity to take it. Another came up to me and said, this will be a lot easier to unseat Councillor X. So pretty dirty, pretty filthy, but it is what it is. We'll have our democracy around the table, one vote, one person, but don't worry about the ratepayers. Kia ora.
Any other speakers? Councillor Robinson.
As always, Councillor Burns says it like it is, and thank you for starting out and discussing it with, because if I had started, I probably would actually get quite emotional. However, I'm going to say this paper and the intentional result undermines process. It undermines process. What is the point of people coming forward and voting or giving opinion on something if the result is this? It is not at all what people spoke about or submitted on based on one verbal submission. This is a rejig of the central wards to change Papanui Ward, replace the Linwood area with Papanui Ward. And in doing so, Councillor Burns and myself lose 3,657 constituents. No one else has this issue. It's us. And we weren't even consulted on it or discussed with. You know, nothing was actually considered here. And the constituents I have were also not discussed. You know, this wasn't discussed with them at all. In my opinion, this paper is the result of, as Councillor Burns says, some gerrymandering. And I'm really disappointed and I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Any other speakers on this? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair, through the Chair. I'm pleased to see this paper come as part of the process. It has probably been quite comprehensive, and I know I didn't think it was quite comprehensive enough and was the move of recommendation 10 because it became patently obvious as we went through our workshops and got further into the process and got the initial feedback from our community that there was boundary misalignments, for example, in the city. There was obviously perhaps not the proper account taken of a fast-growing province in Selwyn. And so therefore I was very supportive, and I think that we've got a very elegant way of moving forward to review this, given the changing context of local government and what might be actually happening in the future. We've had one councillor there, probably two actually, I would say, talking about fair representation, but it's also fair and effective representation. And I think that effective needs to actually be considered, and the notes actually, our resolutions actually do mention that as well. And it isn't reasonable to have nearly 50% of our area with the combined initial proposal that was put out and deliberations made on, which covered 50% of our area of Canterbury region. I think the other thing for councillors to remember sitting at the table here is that we go through this process for submissions and anybody can come. We don't put more weight necessarily on submissions that are orally given to us. The example that's been quoted today is that there was only one submission around the changing of the boundaries. There was actually three that provided the same theme there. So for me, I will be supporting this in its completeness. And I think that this will get us through to the next stage when we can recommend only to the next council that they undertake another comprehensive review to apply for 2028.
Thank you. Councillor Cramwell. Tēnā tātou, nei te mea atu ki a koutou katoa. Yeah, disappointed and probably challenged regarding Selwyn District Council not being or hapua as an entity by itself. We did lose the vote last time, so and we did get a letter from Taumatu Runanga along with Selwyn District Council outlining the reasons why. Fastest growing region, has a town of the future inside it, and the standing member here on council. I was disappointed to hear his comments on he's a representative of those people and not supporting them in their desire to be a standalone area. So this is a bit of disappointment for myself. But so that was Taumatu Runanga, but also on the other side, we did have to listen to Arowhenua and Waihao Runanga as well in supporting the current proposal. So therefore, I will be voting in support of this proposal to continue these positions. And the reasons why is because Arowhenua really put a good point across that they are represented by the four councillors, six councillors all up, with myself and Tutahonuku, Councillor Korako, but also the four councillors of Otuitui and Ōpākihi. And I mentioned this before in my last in the last vote that I really want to see those four councillors really represent the people of Otuitui and Ōpākihi, not only the rural but also the urban in those areas, and also our Runaka and Mātāwaka people in those areas as well. So nō reira, tēnā koutou. And in regards to the Linwood area and versus Papanui, as I mentioned also, when I stood in the northeast, when I did go in and around the community of Aranui, Wainoni and Avonside, I was actually speaking to residents who weren't inside that area because I'd actually stepped outside the boundary of the northeast, which didn't seem right to me at the time. And the other reason was, and when I did go to Papanui and then speak to the community over there, I felt that I was encroaching over to the west because I did see people standing in the west with their billboards in and around the area that I was going. And if you look at the map and you go north directly from the centre of Christchurch City Council, Papanui is on the west. Kia ora. What's your correction?
Well, I just want to make a correction. You said that Aranui and not being in the coastal ward when you went last time. It is in the coastal ward. The areas that have been changed are Linwood, or proposing to be changed to Linwood and Woolston. And you're quite wrong too, looking north from here. If you look north from here on Colombo Street, it's still coastal through Edgware. It's not till another 3.5 kilometres that Papanui starts. Just making a point to correct it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak to this? Ian, I think you have spoken.
I'd just like to make a comment because there's been suggestions that neither John or I represent the Selwyn district effectively. I'd like to point out that I was the highest polling candidate from all regional councils. John was the third highest polling candidate. To suggest we don't know what the Selwyn district thinks is slight exaggeration.
Okay. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, firstly, while we're skiting, I was the highest proportion of my constituents voted for me. But anyway, yeah, just to say, so when I looked at this, was a really tough decision, and I did end up supporting the status quo. I've since looked at, because in the UK, just I don't know how you guys are familiar with Wales, but in the UK everything's measured by the size of Wales, and Canterbury is astonishingly 2 times the size of the country of Wales. And so for me, when you look at 50% of Canterbury having just 2 representatives, that's an enormous area. And I think specifically because the regional council is around natural resource management, that rural understanding and ability to connect with your councillor is actually really important. I do get that, and that is why I made what was a very difficult choice, because I really fundamentally believe in that concept that you don't gerrymander, you have each person representing the same number of people. That's, fundamentally I agree with that, but I think the regional council is perhaps in a slightly different position. I also know that come the next round of this, in the next term, when we look again at the representation review, Selwyn will have grown substantially more, and so it is absolutely something that has to be looked at. We're going to need to do some smart thinking. Someone needs to do some smart thinking and figure out how to do this within the context of the district councils, which is essentially what limits some of your options around moving the boundaries around. In terms of the switch of the suburbs, I did vote against that, and I felt that really that needed to have proper consultation. So we've got various anecdotes here of people who've spoken with people in those suburbs. I don't see the rush. And particularly given that there's a time frame in which you re-review, I think that my sense of it, and the reason why I voted the way I did, which was against switching those suburbs at that point in time, wasn't to say there isn't there may be a good reason for it, but it should have gone out to those constituents explicitly asking them, what do you think about that? So that's why I voted against that. But I will be supporting this paper because the decision's made and it will go through some sort of process of being re-looked at, I'm sure. And we know it's going to come through in the next term as well. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Korako.
Kia ora. Just as a supplementary to Councillor Cranwell, it probably reflected too the confusion around those boundaries and all of that is also, and not just, I'm not saying councillors are, but also you've got a lot of the constituents there that actually are confused about being, for the want of a better word, over at the hood or actually on the western side. So I think you're just trying to make that point, in a general point. Look, I'm going to support this paper. I believe that there has been a robust process here, and everyone had an opportunity to have input from this table. Wherever, what I'm hearing is about political affiliations and all of that, which is actually part of the political process. Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate depends on what side that you believe that you're on, either a positive or a negative. Just want to make one last point, is that I'm hearing one specific councillor talking about the size of their constituencies, and I would just point out that across the whole of the Canterbury Regional Council, takiwa, and then the representation that the Ngāi Tahu councillors actually have to cover 10 Papatupa Runanga, actually right across there. And if you want to do that in proportion to population, well then it's also up there as well, particularly if you look at how many whakapapa actually back to those Papatupa Runanga. But we won't go there because that's another part of why they shouldn't be able to have 2 votes, because that would really change the whole perspective. But at the end of the day, we actually work as much as we can, and that's the value that, one of the values that we bring here is that there are 2 councillors that cover the whole takiwa of the Canterbury Regional Council. And we're actually just finishing off engaging personally, both of us, and along with our tuia staff, around all of those papatupu, kanohi ki te kanohi, face to face. So I just want to make that point as well.
Kia ora, Councillor Ward.
I strongly support the status quo because we had huge submissions from the South Canterbury area in favour of that. There was 1 or 2 councillors who made the comment that they thought South Canterbury was sparsely populated, and I took a little bit of offence for that because South Canterbury may be sparsely populated, but it has, as Vicky's, our Councillor Southwards just alluded to, there's a huge amount of consents and compliance and things going on in that space, and you do need 2 councillors in that area to represent the ratepayers in that area. I did struggle a little bit with the Selwyn thing, and I think that that's going to need to be a very serious discussion in 3 years' time. And I had mixed views, even though I don't live in Christchurch. I did have very mixed views on changing the boundaries, and sort of still do struggle with that one a wee bit. So I think that needs to have some serious review next time around. But I think in the meantime, given what's going on and the growth in some areas, we're best to stick to the status quo. Thank you.
Councillor Wood. So thanks for all the debate on that. I'll just say that I think it was a really robust process. We followed the process that's outlaid in the legislation for us. We had hearings and submissions, and that's the point of them, so that this council can make its decision. That's what happened. Everyone had the right to make their arguments on the particular resolutions in front of us, and the votes fell how they fell. And there was a lot of discussion, I think robust discussion about it. So I back the process that we've been through. And I'd also say that the process isn't finished, and we all knew that. So that's where we're at in terms of going to the Local Government Commission, the communities of interest, councils, Runanga, all have an opportunity now to look at that and look at the final proposal and do any appeals and objections. And I trust that process. I think that's good. I think that's good that they will have their say, and the Local Government Commission will ultimately, which always happens in these processes, ultimately goes to them to make that decision. So they are the final decision makers in this process. So we've done our job on the way through, and a robust process of that, and I will hand back to you, Councillor Swiggs, as the mover of the motion.
Thanks, Craig. I was going to pick up on that point about undermining process. This is not about undermining process. We have gone, as the chair's just said, through a good process. In that process, a number of us have seen a submission and looked. When the submissions come in, you look at the other information that you get. And what I looked at was the City Council's boundary ward determination from the last determination review that they did. And it was very clear why they'd moved Linwood into East. Why they moved the Linwood ward from their community board wards into the East. And it was based around the estuary and having the connection with the estuary right around. So that I made my mind up that actually was very important, given that we're a regional council that looks after resources and manages resources and the water and all of those things that everybody knows that we do. And also from Papanui's point of view, it aligns directly with the central government ward, which is right through from St Martin's up through the central area, which covers most of now the central ward, which is what we're proposing in our thing. So from those 2 points of view, there's already work done. I mean, everybody does their own independent representation reviews, and we look at it in silos. But what I did when I saw something come through from our community, from the community feedback, I looked wider. I saw that they made sense. I made my mind up that way. I put it out there, and the votes turned up the way that they turned up. That's not undermining process. We've gone through a process, and now we're basically going to take that to the determination authority, and they'll make their mind up how it looks. If it turns out that it doesn't turn out the way that we thought, so be it. We'll go through that. That's the way it is. But I see a lot of synergies in the way that we've moved those around. And again, I apologise for having my view on this from the other side of the table, that those people are affected, but that's how I feel about it. And so I really just wanted to say that I don't believe this is an undermined process, and I really value the conversations that we've had around the table from all of the colleagues, and I look forward to seeing what the determination is.
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs. We're going to put this to the vote now. There's only one final thing that I'll say before that, and my plea would be that when we put the final proposal out, can we please have both the te reo names and our other names for the wards on the maps, please. They'll just note that in our papers the te reo names aren't on the maps, but they're in the papers themselves. So all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? You want that noted, Councillor Robinson and Councillor Burns. Thank you. Any abstentions? No, that is carried. Thank you. So that concludes item 8.2. Again, thank you to all the work that's gone on. Thank you, Stephen and Lisa, for the process. Oh, sorry, Councillor Diche. Sorry, I didn't hear your vote. What is your vote?
Against.
Against, and you'll like that recorded. So Councillor Robinson, Councillor Burns, Councillor Diche, all good?
Yes, thank you.
Everyone else is happy? Thank you. Okay, that is carried. We'll move on. Now we're going to do, as I suggested earlier, we're going to bring forward the item in terms of our supplementary report into the public transport cruise ship response. But before that, we've got our deputation in relation to that matter from Mr. Maynard. So I'll ask Mr. Maynard to come to the table. And thank you for making your time available today, Mr. Maynard. And as is usual, we have 10 minutes for the item. So we'll let you know as we're approaching the end of that, and then we can have any questions, and we'll go from there. So thank you. Over to you.
Councillors, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. My name's Ken Maynard, and I'm the chair of the Lyttelton Community Association and also represent the Lyttelton Harbour Information Centre. The Lyttelton Community Association was disappointed that the successful arrangements to deal with cruise ship passengers was cancelled for this cruise season. The 23-24 system did much to overcome the overloading of the bus service to Christchurch and the overcrowding of the township, so we regret its removal. We've had 2 cruise ships visits so far, and mercifully the effect on the town has been manageable, although the information centre had rather more visitors than it can cope with easily for the first ship. The second cruise ship is unusual in that it stayed for 2 nights. In fact, it's still there. And the demographic of the passengers was such that public transport was unlikely to feature in their plans. The World is a vessel of some 43,000 tonnes, and it has 150 passengers on it. It looks like a block of flats. Well, frankly, I think all cruise ships look like blocks of flats, but this one actually is, in that you don't buy a ticket for it, you buy an apartment. I understand they start at $20 million US. That may account for the 150 passengers only on it. But I'll move on. Lyttelton residents are also ratepayers, so they have no wish to pay for the movement of cruise ship passengers. But neither do they want their town to be overrun or the normally excellent bus service to be overcrowded and delayed. I think the belief that the cruise lines would provide affordable travel to Christchurch City is naive. Their business model is to sell tickets at a low price and make up revenue via shore excursions, of which travel to the city is one. We therefore support anything you can do to alleviate the potential travel woes associated with cruise ship visits. Lyttelton residents are a stroppy lot anyway, but I think they're particularly twitchy because of the experience of the 22-23 season. Council staff have categorised the low, medium and high-risk visits, but there are some unknown variables which must make this difficult. I suspect the unknown cost of the ship-to-city shuttle is a significant factor. The received wisdom seems to be that of a cruise ship visit, a third of them stay on board, a third of them go for paid excursions organised by the cruise line, and a third of them do their own thing. Now, that's a rule of thumb, and I suspect that this may vary quite a bit according to the price of some of the excursions. And if one of them is a simple trip into the city, they may well make other arrangements. So we would request you support the most comprehensive of the options, labelled 1A, and would suggest that staff be given the responsibility of cutting back, if appropriate, as experience of early ship visits materialises. Doing funding piecemeal may make it more difficult to organise the extra staff and buses at short notice. Of course, Lyttelton residents have been known to walk across the Oxford Street Bridge and get on the bus at the stop before the passengers. Although the delays caused by cruise passengers not having change, or often no New Zealand cash at all, are significant. The would-be passengers further down the line in Heathcote, Opawa and Waltham are not so lucky, as the buses are already full and sail past them. The number 8 bus is the only route to serve Heathcote and Opawa, so they have limited avoidance options. There is also the problem at the bus exchange, where large numbers of people unfamiliar with the territory really need some help to find their way back to the ship. The stadium-style zigzag queue worked well last season. You can see the sort of crowd size that was expected. I'll pass this round later, but this zigzag arrangement worked pretty well. And I witnessed it being used pretty much to capacity on occasions. Now, nobody wants to spend rates on this sort of thing, Littleton residents included. So I don't think we have much option than to do what is proposed this year, but for the future, I think there are things that can be done. I feel sure there are ways to make the costs fall where they are due, with the cruise lines and their passengers. It may be too late for this season, but in future, I would like to see the Littleton Port Company add to the berthing fees enough to provide low-cost shuttles to the city. Metro could run these services, possibly using the coach hire companies who currently contract to the cruise lines. There is a line of command through Christchurch City Council, Christchurch City Holdings to the Port Company to make this happen, if only there were a will to do so. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Are there any questions on the deputation from councillors? Yeah, I'll just let Mr. Maynard hand out the...
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just think we've got a quick couple of questions that we'll get to. So, Councillor Swiggs, you got a question?
Yeah, there's been a couple of cruise ships come in already for the season. How are things going so far?
They've had very little impact at all. The information centre had the most impact.
Just press your button, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
The information centre had the most impact. On the first cruise ship day, we had 79 people in the first hour, whereas typically you'd be about 10. The township itself, virtually unchanged. And as for the second cruise ship, which is here for 2 or 3 nights, with only 150 people on it, again, the effect is minimal, but that is completely atypical. We've got all the big ones to come, and also the ones which may affect particularly important bus travel, like the NCEA exams.
Any other? Councillor Southworth?
Yeah, just in terms of that first ship, I'd heard that there were delays because of the slowing up of the bus transferring, paying with cash and so on. So, did you hear the same as I did? That was what I'd heard.
Yes, I wasn't up early enough to see that, but talking to people at the info centre, they did witness that, and it was the same as the earlier problems in that people turned up at the bus stop because they didn't want to pay the 25 Australian dollars to go into the city, and they hadn't got New Zealand cash, so they had to be sent to the dairy, which is the only place you can change cash in Littleton. They can't even change currency on the ship. So they had to troop along London Street and then back to the bus stop. And then, of course, they were fiddling about because they got large denomination notes. So, yes, there were delays in the first few bus journeys.
Thank you. There's a drink of water there if you need one, Mr. Maynard. Any other... Councillor Korako. And I've got... Councillor Burns, you're first, and then Councillor Korako. So Councillor Burns is first, sorry. No. Sorry, yeah. Sorry about that.
Look, I just have one question. It's have you spoken with CCC, the Community Board, or Littleton Port Company?
Yes, I do have meetings quite regularly with the Port Company, and they weren't particularly helpful about it. They seemed to say, well, it's the cruise ship's job to get these people there, and it's ECAN's job to run the bus services. They didn't seem to think it was anything to do with them. The Community Board, I must admit, I've only spoken to them after the event of the release of the press release 1 week before the first cruise ship, and they didn't address the Community Association before, but they looked sheepish, so they must have known about it.
Sorry.
Kia ora. I might have a supplementary as well. Okay. Kia ora, Ken. This question, actually, Councillor Burns asked it, and that's what I was interested in, about the engagement with Littleton Port Company particularly. And so you've answered that, and it seems that it's a kind of still a one-way street. Kia kaha to you, and continue to try and engage with them. I think the other part, what I want to ask you is that, what is the feeling now, at this stage anyway, with the Littleton businesses?
Yes, the businesses are somewhat split in Littleton. You have the enthusiasts, and they have little cards in the window saying cruise passengers welcome, and there's at least one coffee shop with, I won't tell you what his notice says, but it's less friendly. So there is a split. I think, reading the tea leaves, I would say there was general enthusiasm for them, for the cruise passengers, if they are in manageable numbers. One or two of the shops mentioned that they had increased shoplifting, although some people have said that it was probably the locals doing the thieving under cover of the crowds from the cruise ship. But this is anecdotal. So I think the general consensus is, if the numbers in the town are manageable, which means you're not desperately overrun, that there is a general welcome for it. Certainly the locals like talking to people from other places. It sort of makes their day. They just walk along the street and talk to them. So it does have advantages. We don't want them gone. We just want them there in manageable numbers.
Yep. Supplementary. First of all, I want to acknowledge too the work that you do, with the Littleton Visitors Centre and all of that. And it is, it's a kind of, in some ways, a windfall for some of the businesses, because we know that the ones who are more vocal are the ones who sell food and beverage. Well, cruise ship people actually don't come ashore, to actually have that. Maybe they go and use their toilets or whatever, and that would upset them. I can understand that. But there are others that you talk to there, that actually do quite a good business, actually, from the cruise ships. My question is that, has there been any thought in trying to actually retain more of the cruise ship passengers with possible market or something like that, something to sort of keep them there? Because a number of those cruise ship passengers actually are returning. They cruise probably 6-8 months of the year. So that's the first thing. The other one is that I hear all the time that there's an issue around money exchange. So does the Littleton Information Centre do a kind of money change or anything like that? Because it's a very lucrative business, actually. If you really want to change some money and the banks are not open, then it's based on the exchange rate that you're going to give them. So that might be another revenue stream to be able to do it. I'm just asking the question because we know the problem, and our issue is that we're responsible for public transportation. And I come back to the fact is that New Zealand is very egalitarian, as you will know. When I go to places over in Europe or wherever, there's a tourist price and there's a local price, and that's what they pay. So I don't know whether that's the kind of thing. I'm not telling you how to suck eggs, but, again, I think that there's more ways to actually try and sort of, it won't completely resolve it.
Yes, certainly the visitors, at least as we see them at the information centre, fall into two groups really. The ones who actually don't want to go into Christchurch, they may have been before, or they want to go on another occasion, and they want to know what there is in Littleton. Not a huge amount, but there's enough for a day's walking about. And then you get the other set who are basically looking for a cheap way into Christchurch, and they're the ones who only ask the two questions: where can I change some money, and where does the bus leave? Oh, and where's the toilet, which is next door. So you've got that. The information centre itself is not really geared up for that, because we're not an eyesight. We're run by volunteers, many of whom are elderly, and we can't even sell third-party things. We managed to sell the odd postcard and map, but basically we couldn't do anything with them. Third-party activities, certainly not changing money. The dairy up the road does change Australian and American money at I don't know what rate, but I think the passengers are grateful for whatever they can get. So that works. And of course there are ATMs in the town, so you can usually use an overseas credit card in that to get cash out, though not many of them seem willing to do that. But so there are opportunities, and a number of the people that come into the town, into the info centre particularly, are looking for subsequent visits and asking for advice on where they might go, quite often not on a cruise ship, but by some other means. So yes, we do act as a sort of advertising feature for the rest of the region, although we obviously have very limited resources, being manned entirely by volunteers and relatively short hours. But we do what we can.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Ken.
May I suggest that Rapaki actually puts a exchange bureau actually in the visitor centre, or dare I say, and I'll see Stuart's face change very quickly, is that we could perhaps change money on the bus. And I'll give you the exchange rates where it'll make it worthwhile.
Well, that's something for Rapaki to discuss, I'm sure. Thank you. Look, I just really want to acknowledge you, Ken, for your deputation today and the knowledge that you're able to share with us and in answering the questions to help us in our decision today. So thank you very much for giving up your time and coming and your knowledge. We do have a couple of resolutions that will just pass in relation to your deputation, so that we receive it and that will reply to you as soon as possible. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Southworth. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Robinson, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Kia ora.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to move to the supplementary item now, 8.8. That's in the separate paper that was distributed and put online, etc. I got Stuart, by the looks of it, to come to the table with his team. So welcome to the table, and I'll hand over to you, Stuart, to take us through this paper. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Kia ora koutou, everybody. So this paper is responding to a notice of motion which was put to council last week in relation to the topic you've just been talking about, cruise ship responses for Littleton. So I've got Derek, as you know, in our team, and Sam Wilkes, who's helping us out with the cruise operations from last year, who's done quite a lot of the work and the costings here, which Derek's going to talk to now.
Okay, we'll take the paper as read. I felt it would be helpful to reflect a bit on what we learnt from last season to give a bit of context to this. So for us, last season was pretty good. Key thing was that the fares charged by the shuttle buses put on by the cruise lines were significantly lower than the previous season. That removed a lot of pressure from our system, so a lot more people would take the cruise line shuttle straight into Christchurch rather than trying to jump on the bus. Other positives, we had a lot more coordination between the parties, so we had a plan for Norwich Quay, we had a plan for the gondola, so people knew what each other were doing, and that gave a better experience for passengers all round. While we did have reduced demand, we still did stand up a response for the larger ships, so we provided on-street ticketing in Littleton and sometimes at the gondola, and we provided additional capacity on some days as appropriate. Over the season, we sold around 7,000 day passes. That's exclusively to cruise ship passengers. We did about 15,000 passenger trips on the additional capacity services that we put on. So that's equivalent to 70 hours of Route 8 being full. But obviously that is spread across the season. On the larger days alongside that, we would do another 3 to 5 full loads on Route 8. So, passengers are using both additional capacity and Route 8 on the big days. And that's what we know of because we can track the day pass use through the system. We know there are cash fares taken, but we can't say that is a cruise ship passenger or a local or whatever. We don't know. It was largely successful. We didn't get any complaints, so we were pretty pleased about that. Looking forward to this season, based on everything we learnt from last season, we assessed each ship visit as no risk, low risk, medium risk, high risk, or extreme risk. That's based on the size of the ship, the timing, the day it's coming in, and therefore the background frequency on the network. and it's also based on what we learned, because there are some ships that just do not have much of an impact, and there are some ships that have a far bigger impact than the size of the ship would suggest. So that's our assessment of risk, and it's about the risk of disruption to our service, so delay or capacity issues. And we've used that risk assessment to develop the options that's in the paper that was circulated. And we have, we've taken our learnings from last year and we've trimmed our response in some areas, which is why you're starting to see lower costs coming through as we get used to this. The elephant in the room is the price of those shuttles, and we don't know what it's going to be. It might be that the cruise lines have started to get a bit smarter, and they're charging higher prices when the demographic of the ship is willing to pay those prices, and it might be that it's lower prices when the demographic isn't willing to pay, but we don't know if that's going to be the case or not. Just specifically on the paper, there's a couple of items I wanted to highlight. Just with regard to cost, the costs that we've put in this paper are direct costs only, so we've not included any staff costs in this. We've also not included any contingency. So normally I would be here asking for at least 25% contingency because of the number of external factors, but we haven't included that in the costs in the paper. I think that's enough from me, so it's probably over to questions.
Thank you. Yep, Councillor McKenzie.
Just two questions, really. One is the reserves, public transport reserves are looking quite healthy. Are they committed to any other projects, or what quantity of other projects? So that's the first question. Second question is on page 7 of 12, options not costed. You talk about school bus options, and you say where you provided school bus options last season, they weren't used by pupils. So is that suggesting that if we put on extra buses to deal with exam day capacity, you don't think students will use those buses, or it was a different reason why they weren't used last time? I have a natural sympathy to de-stressing the situation for students who are going off to exams, because it can be a stress. And so if by providing buses, I have a natural tendency to support that, but only if they're going to use them. If they're not going to use them, there's no point.
So I think the school bus that we put on in the previous season wasn't used for two reasons. One is because we also put on additional capacity, and that's really important. The second one is you're talking about a single bus trip. So we're trying to pick up Kashmir, we're trying to pick up Linwood College. I don't know if there's anywhere else en route. And you just can't get the timing right. So ultimately the school kids are going to jump on the first available bus, and often that would not be ours because we're not there at the right time. So it's not a particularly convenient solution for people. So if there is alternative capacity available, they'll use that. And as it happened last season, there was, because we were putting the other capacity on as well.
Just to make sure I've got that absolutely clear, so if we put on extra capacity without putting on special school bus, you think the students will still use that extra capacity?
And the question about the reserves, can you answer that too, please?
So council have committed to use public transport reserves through the long-term plan across multiple years. But with that allocation at the moment, we would not reach the threshold, so there is still capacity within reserves to accommodate this option.
Thank you. Sorry, I had Councillor Mackay, and then I'll go to Councillor Robinson.
Just thank you through your chair. Just wanting to tease out your comment around not having the 25% contingency or staff costs, and what's the quantum size of staff costs in there? Do we have an idea?
So in terms of staff costs, for the previous season, so we had a full-time project manager, contract manager, supervisor, so one FTE was costed against cruise ship response. We also incur quite a lot of staff costs over at the interchange. So we generally have to double shift cruise ship days because there's quite a lot of manual intervention involved in dealing with shuttles over there. To be fair, a lot of those costs will be incurred whether or not we stand up a response, because of the volume of passengers over there will need to increase costs. So we were talking about 100 grand in staff costs if they're all attributed to the cruise ship response.
Through you, if I just can ask a supplementary around that. Okay, so we've got one FTE that we obviously would bring in. Those staff that would be redistributed, or their roles would be redistributed, are we taking them away from anything else that's particularly... well, I'm assuming that we would be taking them away from other work that is time-bound and necessary to be done within some sort of scope. I mean, we don't have people sitting around just for the sake of sitting around, do we?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tricky one. So we hired a member of staff to support the cruise ship response. That member of staff has since been reallocated to other things. So yes, we'd be removing them from the things that they were then reallocated to. The other things we look at is how often we do quality assurance on our fleet. And so we probably slow down a little bit over the summer months because the staff over the road are busy on other things.
Thank you. I got Councillor Robinson and then Councillor Sanko.
Thank you. Just with regards to street sales and revenue from ticket sales for public transport. So last season, the revenue was approximately 70,000 based on the 430,000 delivery. If, for example, we went for option 1A for 200,000, what would be the estimated revenue on that from street sales? Have we determined what could potentially come from that?
I think in terms of revenue, the best thing we can do is say previous season was 70,000. We know there's about 20,000 less passengers on big ships this season. So you've got to be looking at in the region of, 55 grand expected revenue. It's obviously much easier to give some level of certainty on costs than it is on revenue.
Thank you. Councillor Sanko?
Thank you for the paper. And I guess the question for me is, if we use reserves, is there an opportunity to claw some of that back? And this is going to be an ongoing problem, as I guess others have talked about. And Mr. Maynard to come up with a solution potentially for a little import company to charge or whatever. We're going to be having this conversation on an annual basis if we don't put some things in play. So is there an opportunity to target rate for this if we cannot find a way through for other commercial entities to pay for it? Where do we go in the future?
As we've talked about in previous occasions on the topic, because we are a public transport provider, all customers are welcome to use public transport in Aotearoa, so we can't discriminate around who can and cannot get on and what we charge them. It's a standard rate. So in terms of targeted rate recovery of this cost, the question would become who's benefiting. So at a macro level, the cruise industry and Christchurch NZ would argue that Christchurch City is benefiting from the revenue gain from cruise ships visiting. The businesses obviously benefit. The residents in Littleton benefit. The residents on the route through Opawa benefit. So I think it would be difficult to specifically target. It seems like it would have to be a Christchurch City targeted rate on first consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Swiggs? One of the things that was raised in the deputation was and I heard potentially from Councillor Southworth there was a delay in the ticketing. Is there any way we can roll out NTS onto this route as well as the port? We've got it on the port route, airport, but is there any way we could implement it quickly onto this as a trial as well?
No, I don't think that's going to be a possibility. The NTS delivery program has a very tight scope. The decision to choose the airport route was based on the fact that it is a smaller route to manage. Yes, it has tourists on it, which is of interest to us, but we're not going to be able to pivot away from that route at this time. We're almost ready to do that trial. But of course, NTS will be available for next season, which removes cash sales altogether. So cruise ship passengers will be able to pay with their credit card if they wish to do so on public transport. So that will alleviate the cash handling process. The volume issue will still be apparent in terms of capacity on the network and the time taken to board that volume of people may also cause disruption on the route. So we'll need to account for that as well.
So has it been asked or was it even scoped potentially for that port route to the city for NTS, or is that just a no, absolutely not happening?
The port route was originally considered as our trial or pilot delivery. We also considered including the ferry because there's a transfer there, and that was ultimately the reason why we chose not to use that service, because a significant proportion of the community in the harbour need to be able to transfer seamlessly. And so we felt it was easier just to use the airport route. It was a simpler implementation for the project.
Thank you. Councillor Southworth?
Yeah, just want to double check. So the public transport reserves that have built up, those have been collected up from its targeted rates that have contributed into that, isn't it? Not general rates across the whole of Canterbury.
Yes, that's correct. So in the public transport budget, any money that it's not spent goes into the public transport reserve, and that is ring-fenced for public transport purposes, so it comes from targeted rates. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Karakia, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Kia ora, Stuart. Koutou rā. Can I... And I'm with John, actually, because, we have to try and sort of find a solution that's going to be, ongoing, because this is actually almost like a seasonal kind of thing that we do here. And I think we all want a kind of lasting solution. But I'm just coming back to the Littleton Port Company. I mean, we're obviously in engagement with them.
Yeah, that's right. So through Christchurch NZ, we've had several meetings with the collective, so Cruise Lines, LPC and Christchurch NZ as well.
Okay, so we haven't got a direct engagement line through to the Littleton Port Company. We're not talking to Graham Summerton, the CE. There's no mana-to-mana CE, chair to chair or anything like that. And it's all kind of a no disrespect to the process, but do you think it needs to be elevated to that level to actually try and get some kind of, better idea? And does this thing make their agenda all the time? I mean, is it sitting at their board paper level? Is it discussed? I mean, Ken Maynard has just told us that, we are continually engaging, but it's actually, there's not much, it doesn't seem to be anything worthwhile coming out of it. Do you think it needs to be elevated to, a kind of mana-to-mana level at the leadership sort of part of it?
I certainly think that's an option to consider. I guess if I were to put a Littleton Port Company hat on for a moment, and just think about how that conversation might go, and certainly the conversations that we've had with the port company to date. Their primary role is to transfer product or people from the water to the land, just as the airport's role is to transfer people from the plane to the land side and access. And so, as they've said to us, providing transport services outside the port boundary is not their core function, just as providing transport services outside of the airport is not the airport company's core function. And so they're relying on other entities to fulfil that role. So I guess that's how the conversation's been going to date. Yeah.
Well, I think we had a public briefing last week where we discussed this, and I made a commitment, and with the support of council, to write to Littleton Port Company, so that will happen. And I understand that Stephanie is going to ring the CEO as well. So that process is in train. So, I mean, I think that's for us to decide, and we've already had the support for that. So we will follow up that high-level mana-to-mana conversation. Are you happy with it?
But just the thing is that the Littleton Port Company is a people business as well. It's not just logistical. It's actually a people's business. And I know we had the briefing last week and all of that. But, I mean, the cruise ships are actually here. The season started. And so there needs to be a kind of haere tonu to you saying, hey, we need to actually get this. And if you're not actually engaging at that level, we're going to continue to have this season go round and round in a merry-go-round, with all of this. So let's go to the heart of it. Who makes the decisions there? Let's get moving. Thank you.
There is a commitment to do that, and we'll follow up, and we'll let council know how that goes.
Okay.
I think, Councillor Burns, you had a question?
I do have a question, but I'd rather just leave it till we have a discussion.
Oh, good. Thank you. I think that's all the questions that we had around the table. So just appreciate Stuart, Derek and Sam for your opening this up for us and coming up with the options, especially within a week. So amazing turnaround, and just the appreciation in terms of the knowledge we have from the last few seasons, which is really helping us to be able to do that. So just thank you so much, and we'll get on with our debate now. So thank you. So as you can see, Council, we have 3 options here in the main body of this, and then there's 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 as well. What I'm intending to do is that because we have options here, I'm actually quite keen to have a little bit of discussion around the table to try and understand which option may have the most support. The other way we can do it, of course, is that someone just moves one of the options and we see how that goes. So it seems like maybe Councillor Southworth, you want to move a particular option and test that?
Yeah, I'd like to move option 1A.
Cool. Have you got a seconder for that, Councillor Robinson? Okay, well, I'll hand it over for you, Councillor Southworth, to speak to that.
Thank you. Yeah, so it is unfortunate that we're talking about this again right now, but it's great so that we've yet again heard from our community about the importance of us managing our bus network in response to the situation that we're in. I totally support the intention to go and talk to Littleton Port Company and see if there's actually some more we can do to manage it, because even with what's on the table here, there's still some uncertainty because it really hinges on the price that the cruise lines put on their shuttles. And I understand last season it wasn't necessarily a given that the cruise line, if the same cruise line comes into town the second time in the same season, that they'll charge the same the second time. So it's not like you can even just, even that doesn't give you certainty. We know that there's a risk, even with 1A, of some level of disruption to our public transport passengers. And our sort of reputation, which I think we've really grown some real support for public transport, and we've seen our patronage grow. I think we really need to make sure that we maintain that, good, orderly affair, that we don't see the sort of chaos that we saw, or the stressed passengers we saw in the past at the interchange in particular, where we had fencing and the like put in to actually manage some disputes. I mean, the originator of that was from disputes going on between passengers all trying to get onto the same bus. This option 1A is the $200,000 proposal, estimated cost, around 50,000 come back, and we're expecting in terms of fares, so that's about 150,000. That's about 0.1% of our total public transport budget. just to really be clear, the cruise season is actually 6 months. Like, we think of it as season and it's summer. It's actually a full 6 months. And the days on which those biggest ships come in and the likelihood of some disruption is completely variable. Bearing in mind that this Route 8 goes to the airport, the hospital, ARA, schools, these are potentially really significant appointments that people need to use our public transport for, and the insignificance of missing those appointments could be really quite critical. We know, of course, about the exams that students have, and we've got a handful of days there that we've identified for that particular issue. It affects suburbs right the way through the number 8. So we're looking at Littleton, Heathcote, Opawa, Waltham. Buses being delayed, slowed up significantly, and travelling on past and through suburbs because they're full to capacity. Carries on through. Disruption could carry on through to Merivale, Strohan, Brindua, Burnside. Those are all the suburbs that are using the number 8 to get to things like the airport, the hospital, etc., as I've said. The lack of pattern makes it really difficult for infrequent users to think, to know, to check what's happening. Is it a cruise day? You know, Littleton might be can become very familiar with checking and know what's what. If you're someone looking to jump on the bus to go to the airport in, say, Waltham, you know, how well are you going to know that this bus service isn't that reliable through this particular season, so I can get caught up in that. So I think we need to sort of be mindful that passengers vary in terms of their knowledge and familiarity with the service. So I'd just really like to ask councillors to support me in putting our public transport system, our ratepayers and passengers, sort of giving them a service that we can be proud of, and avoiding some of the stress that we saw in that first season. And you know, we know what staff did last season, we didn't have complaints. We had, you know, an effective but busy route, and so I really ask councillors to support me in this option 1A.
Kia ora, Councillor Southworth. Genevieve, do you want to speak now or at the end? You've got the option. Okay.
I'll speak a little bit to it. I just want to support this Councillor Southworth's choice here, because as a mum of, you know, clearly a child, this may be the only option for them to get to where they need to go, and often that is school, or for vulnerable people. They might be going to the hospital or doctors. There's nothing worse than not knowing whether or not your transport to wherever you need to go is going to turn up or not. And as a parent, that is my worst case scenario. So in order to resolve any potential disruption of public transport, of which, you know, the community is relying on us, they may not be they might not know that a cruise ship is in. And so we need to still supply them with that public transport option. So that's why I support Vicky's choice here with 200,000. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson. I've got Councillor Scott, Sunkel, Mackay, and then Burns. So we'll go to Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I agree.
Thank you. John?
For me, we lost our bus service out to Leaston, and I guess until you don't have a bus service, you don't realise just exactly what you've lost. And I guess for me, coming out of hospital, not being able to drive, that was an option, an opportunity that was lost. So I have real sympathy for those folk in those communities of Littleton, Waltham, and right through. If you have commitments, you have appointments, and cannot catch a bus, or you're missing out and you're late for appointments. So whether I absolutely agree with option A or B, but I genuinely do sympathise and will sit in that space of the need for those services for the folk of Littleton and through that route to achieve the outcomes that they need to achieve.
Thanks, John. Claire?
Thanks very much. Through your chair. I can't support this. Look, principally, I'm actually against changing a decision that was made just, 3 months ago, 3 and a bit months ago now, in our long-term plan. This decision to pull the funding from cruise ships was brought to us by staff, and I'm sure it was with good intentions at the time, and requests from this council table to look at every way we could get the rate burden down. Having said that, I do actually understand the motion that's been brought to the table and certainly have some sympathy for the issue. But I just wonder, by moving back to this subsidised or additional buses being put onto this metro network to cater for the cruise, what message does that send to the cruise industry and others who I think that we perceive, and I perceive here at this table, that we think that they have a need to provide some of that public transport service, or provide a transport service for the cruise passengers. I won't say a public transport service. So for me, I won't be supporting 1A. I could support 1C and the option that staff have put there around also approving with the provision of on-street ticketing, so I can actually support that. Because it's going to be effectively doubled, given the fact that there isn't contingency costs in there and the staff costs that have actually been put in. So once again, we're looking upward of, as I understand it from my inquiry of staff, probably around 400,000.
Councillor Burns. Greg.
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks to Ken, thanks staff, and thanks Vicky for bringing this to us. I'll add my voice to all of those who don't want to see it coming back year after year for a reactive response. I had been thinking about asking a question to our staff, but I'll just throw it in there anyway. When I was young, I can remember a number of times travelling on the most quickest and direct route between Christchurch and Littleton, which was the railway, electrified railway. That might be something to throw in the mix, given that Christchurch NZ, ferry meet, whoever wants to. I think it's 16 minutes or something or rather, pretty easy to do. However, that's not the solution that we've got right here today. Sadly, for any normal person, 50 grand, it's big money. But in the terms of PT, it's not. We deal in millions. Given that it's available from rates reserves, targeted rates reserves, I'll certainly be supporting it. I will throw in a cheap shot though. I find it interesting that when we're looking to cater for things like consenting improvements or whatever, in the blink of an eye we can find millions. But here we are looking for $200,000 to support a community that is at risk because of cruise ships coming in. It seems to be an issue. So kia ora, thank you.
Councillor East.
Thanks. Look, there's no doubt that the cruise ships provide a huge impact on our economy, both in the city, Littleton, and the wider region. I'm sort of interested in a conversation I may have had earlier in the day about the fact that in many ports in New Zealand and overseas, the cruise ships park pretty close to the city. And so public transport is readily available. We have a situation where our port is at some distance to the city. So I'm interested really in a couple of points. I think a fundamental thing about this discussion centres around school kids being able to get to school on time and for their exams. And that is something that I fundamentally support. So I have a question, I suppose, in one respect, that if we cater or put on extra buses, do our school kids get any priority in travel, or are they still competing with an influx of tourists that may get on the bus before them? So I certainly have an empathy for the issue around our children in the port and across in Diamond Harbour or wherever, getting to school on time, getting to exams on time, but not at the expense of providing something that the cruise ship people may swamp and override. So I'd be looking for, if I was of a mind to support what's happening here, I would also like to see some prioritising that kids going to school get on the bus first, not the passengers. So on that sort of basis, I could support what's proposed here before, but if it's just going to be first up, best dressed, well, I'm not so fussed.
Thank you, Councillor East. I've got Councillor Edge and Councillor Swiggs and also Councillor Diche online, so we'll go to Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. And I too want to thank Councillor Southworth for bringing this to us and revisiting this issue, because, and I look at the A3 sheet we've got on page 9, the potential reputational damage by not responding to these things. We don't want to go through that again. It was just not, it's something that we don't need to do. And I support this option 1A because effectively, looking at that chart, for an additional 50,000 over option B, we get another 10, 12 days of bus time. So it's pretty good value for money. But again, the fact that it's reserves and we have a good balance in our reserve, as it says on page 10, and those reserves, this is something that reserves can be used for. But I'm really hopeful that some discussions with the Littleton Port Company will be successful at that higher level that's suggested by Councillor Karakia, because that's where it needs to lie, right at the top, so that people can see. And I think it's a good solution that was being proposed as well. So yeah, definitely support that for that. Good.
Thanks, Grant. Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, I was one of the people that worked on sort of looking at our rate impact and working out ways we can try and bring that down. And this was one of those options that came forward to us. I'm really, at that time, we didn't actually have the matrix that I'm looking at right now around the impact. And I look at the first Diamond Princess one up there, had a medium impact, and the comments was rated to low after the visit. I'd probably foreshadow if the first option didn't work that we go to option B. I am supportive of now seeing the matrix, understanding those matrix, and it's a far cry from the potential $500,000 that we had on the budget originally to do this work. So it's good to actually understand the numbers and have the matrix in front of us so that we can make an informed decision. And on the options, that's how I'd be looking to vote. But this whole decision really annoys me, and it's been covered a couple of times already, having to come back to look at these bespoke options. And this, to me, is a classic case of society contracting out of its responsibilities. The cruise ships, the people coming in, expecting that, hey, look, there's public transport, we're going to expect that to be the perfect option for us. If it's not, we've already got a service, and why are we having to up the service just because the cruise ships want to come in here and use those? The industry should be having to play here far more than just what we're doing. And I am extremely concerned that we are seeing a double dipping of subsidy. I understand that there's a potential subsidy that's already at play to support the actual what do you call those things? The shuttles. And in effect, what we're going to be doing is double subsidising because we're going to be putting extra buses on. I'm extremely concerned about that. It annoys me, and so I hope over the next 12 months we can actually get to the bottom of this so that we can bang some implement heads together and actually make a long-term solution so that we don't have to keep coming back to this. But I really, really do think that we do need to have a solution, especially around those school days and those high-risk days. I support what Vicky's come to us, and it's actually highlighted those things from the matrix, and I think this is a logical solution forward. If the first one doesn't pass, I'd foreshadow to go to the second one.
Thank you, Councillor Diche.
Yes, kia ora. I'll be supporting 1A with my fellow councillors, and thank you, Councillor Southworth, for arranging this this motion. A question I've had that's been nagging at me is that, especially after last year, why the cruise industry did not build the cost of shuttles into their ticket prices. It would have seemed pragmatic for them to sort that out, and instead of just leaving it, for us to sort out later. So I would wonder if we can't ask that question at some point, whether that's through Christchurch NZ or whatever. But I think that's my biggest question at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Diche. Have you got a question, Councillor McCoy?
I've just got a question, if I may ask the question of clarity of staff. So in the long-term plan, my understanding was around 500,000 that we had budgeted. Is that 500,000, was that 500,000 worked out on the same principles as this 200? Are we comparing apples with apples or apples with oranges, given staff talking about, we normally put 25% contingency in and there's no staff costs?
We'll just wait for Derek to come to the table so we can get the response. Thanks, Councillor Mackay.
Yes, the 500 grand was our projected cost, including contingency, etc. The real challenge, I think, here we've got to recognise that everything costed in this paper works on the assumption that everything is more or less the same as last season. So the risk in there is around the pricing of the cruise ship shuttles. So if I'm coming to you through an annual plan or an LTP process, I'm going to build in a bit of fat because I do not know what those shuttles are going to be priced at. And I know that I might have to go and get some extra buses if they're higher than expected. Through this process, we've made the assumption that everything is the same as last season, and that's why the costs you see in front of you are a bit different.
Thank you, Derek. We've got Councillor McKenzie next, and I think then we'll go back to Councillor Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Dion helped clarify my thoughts around this issue, and that is that what worries me about 1A is that we're effectively binding ourselves into the responsibility of shifting passengers from the cruise ships into Christchurch and so we're bypassing the provision of shuttle buses. And I'm concerned about that because if you take Councillor Dietschy's position that you want the cruise ship industry to take some responsibility for their own issues, you're not going to get it with 1A. I have sympathy for to de-stress the situation for school pupils, especially going to exams. And so I guess my natural inclination is around 1B or 1C. And the advantage of B, it would seem to me, is that it provides a bit of tension around those medium days. And if our numbers are wrong, it may well be then that we get a better view as to how much service we do need to provide to prevent the potential debacles in Wellington. So I'm not inclined to support 1A.
Thanks, Ian. Before I go back to you, Councillor Southworth, I'm in support of this. I think it's been really well put together by the staff. I'm assuming that if we don't need them, we won't use the full money. There's a nod from the back of the room, so that's good. So it's like up to 200 is what I'm understanding. I think that's the smart thing to do in terms of going for a lower one and then having to potentially come back for some more. Happy to go back to you, Councillor Southworth, as the mover. Oh, did you want to speak? Sorry, I didn't see that. And then I'll come back to you, Vicky, after that.
Yeah, I'm happy to support 1A. I support Councillor Southworth's work and also the community campaign that has emerged. However, I'd like to note that I find it interesting that Councillors Edge and Diche voted for the cuts to these services through the long-term plan, and yet now they seem to have U-turned their respective positions.
Councillor Southworth.
Yeah. So just to the point you made, Councillor Pauling, or Chair Pauling, I should say now, about the 50k, and Councillor Edge as well, that, you know, an additional 50,000 here just gives us greater confidence in the staff, the ability to flex with what comes. It's been really clear that there is still a degree of uncertainty. In terms of the school pupils, which I know I really appreciate everyone recognising, I'm sure all of us, even those of us several decades on from exams, remember the stress and how it feels when you're trying to get to school for those horrible days. The last thing you want is to be stuck waiting and thinking, is this bus going to actually let me on? Will I get there? And I have actually asked Christchurch NZ if they could let the cruise lines know on those exam days that they are in on those days, and that hopefully will then pass on to passengers to ask them, you know, maybe voluntarily to give their place up if need be to school kids trying to get into schools on those important days. And of course, it's important to leave some standing room because there's kids right the way through the suburbs all the way into town. I don't think it's okay to use the inconvenience of our ratepayers and constituents and other city visitors who were needing to use our public transport essentially as leverage this season to try and get something we want for next. I don't think that's a responsible way of operating a public transport service. We are the public transport service providers. We therefore need to do the best for our ratepayers and our public transport users. And I think that 200k gives us that, will enable our staff to actually deliver the service that we're proud of. In terms of staff time, it's clear in the paper that actually there will be staff time taken up regardless of what we do. It's just whether it's managing what becomes a difficult situation. And we you know, I remember the press from the previous season, two seasons ago, you know, to be leaving people struggling to get on a bus is just not a good thing. And for 200k, we can really make a difference. As I said, it's a full 6 months. It's not just like a month or two. It's 6 months this season. And so I think it's really important that we do recognise we have public transport reserves. We can't say that we don't have sufficient funds from the right ratepayers to do this piece of work. So I really ask councillors to support me on 1A. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Southworth. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Councillor Mackay, you want that noted? And any abstentions? Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor East. That's carried. Thank you. So well done. So therefore we don't need to cover B or C. We do need to go to number 2 and 3. And by my reading, I don't know if we actually need number 4 and 5 because they refer to if no option is approved. So I'm happy not. Yeah. Would that be okay if do we need to pass them, number 4 and 5? I mean, I'm sort of assuming we don't actually, but happy to leave them in there. But what we might do is take 2 separately, and then go to 3, 4, and 5 and take them together if people are happy. Oh, can we just check with staff? I think we do because it's got the word low in there, which is different to the other options. So I think we do need to take 2. Is that correct, Stuart, Derek? But again, I think this is an up to, as you can read there, it's an up to 40k, and I'm assuming the medium, high, and extreme risk days are already taken into account, so it would be at the lower end of that 40k, I would imagine, that we'd need. Is that correct?
Yeah, give or take 7k extra.
Yeah, give or take 7k, yeah. Can we amend that number 2 to take into account 1A? Is that appropriate? And maybe make it 10k? Is that okay? Because I'm just hearing what you're saying, but I can see why you did it, just in case either A, B, or C was taken. So could we amend that to 10k to give a bit of...
That was definitely the intention of that option, so that's why it says up to 40k. So if passed, then that will be amended to 7k or whatever it is.
Okay. Do you want it to be 7, or I'm saying 10 just to give it the buffer? But if you want 7, we'll put 7 forward. I'm sorry, but I mean, yeah.
I'll take 10 if you're offering 10.
I mean, it's already about an updated staff recommendation. If you want to have a chance to have a chat about it, you can, and I'll give you a chance, or else we'll put what we think's appropriate.
I think if you go for 10, we should be well covered.
Cool. Look, anyway, just so you know, we've passed our 2-hour time limit, or on the dot almost. So we can either stop for lunch and carry on after lunch, or we can have a motion to extend our 2 hours. Move to extend. A seconder for that, Councillor Southworth. All those in favour, please say aye. Okay. Councillor Swiggs.
Just got a question of the staff. This next piece, given that we've had one ship, 2 ships, is this really necessary and needed?
I think it is. That was a key lesson from the Diamond Princess on, I think it was Monday this week. While we didn't see a lot of passengers, we still saw quite a bit of delay because of cash handling and inquiries. So for, I think what is our, kind of lowest cost option, we can get rid of that delay factor, even when there's not that many passengers.
It's in our hands, councillors. We put it up to the vote. If it fails, it fails. If it passes, it passes. I mean, that's where we're at. You got a question?
Yeah, I wanted to have a question, which is Ken still? I can't see. Yes. So I'm just saying, would this help resolve the issue that Ken, you raised around the information centre being, people turning up with dollar notes of different denominations and so on? I mean, is this having a ticketing system with a credit card payment?
Vicky, I don't understand the process here, whether we're allowed to ask for public advice.
Asking Derek, but
Okay.
I'm alluding to what was talked
Okay,
to
so it's
by
a
Ken.
question for Derek. So what is the question? Sorry, what is the question? Vicky?
The question is, does this help resolve the issue that was raised by the Littleton Information Centre about the issue of having notes of different nationality denominations and the like?
I can't answer that, to be fair. It resolves the issue that we have on the buses with the same issue, but you may still get passengers turning up at the information centre asking the same questions and trying to do the same thing. Ideally, the information centre will be able to send them straight down the road to us, where we'll process a credit card payment.
Thank you. So the next thing I'll ask is, and thanks, Derek, I think that's all the questions. And I've got a mover and Councillor Edge. Have I got a seconder for this? Councillor Southworth. I don't know if we need any discussion on it. Happy to just put it to the vote and we'll go from there. So all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? No, that's carried. Okay, let's go to 3, 4, 5 and 6. If people are happy to take these together, I think that's reasonable. Do I have a mover for 3, 4, 5 and 6? Yep, Councillor Southworth. Any seconder? Councillor Robinson. Do you want any discussion on it? No. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. And any against? That's carried. Thank you. So that concludes 8.8. It's now lunchtime, so we're going to have a break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Yep, who to? No, to me, yep.
So are we also, I mean, there was some discussion about engagement and all that, so that's going to be ongoing.
We already noted that in the meeting that we had last week. So, yep.
Yep. And so is there a timeline or anything?
I think that the phone call with the CEO to CEO is happening imminently, if it hasn't already happened, in the next 24 hours. And then following that, and we were waiting for the outcome of this meeting today, now we can develop a letter to go to LPC from me.
Okay.
All good? Thank you. Sorry, that's lunchtime, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock and back to 8.3, the Waitarakao strategy. Thank you. Okay, kia ora koutou. Welcome back to our council meeting. We've got item 8.3 up now, and that's on pages 88, or page 88, 87 of our agenda. And this is the adoption of our Waitarakao strategy. So welcome to the table, Bridget, Jess, and Chris. Thank you, Chris. I had Tim down here, but that's someone, Tim Davey. But thank you, Chris, and team. Welcome here. I know there's been a lot of work with other agencies and with the Runanga and with the community on this project. So looking forward to hearing about that and getting through this. So thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really proud to introduce this paper to you today, the purpose of which is to seek the Council's adoption of our Waitarakao Wash Dyke Lagoon Catchment Strategy. This project was first mooted, I believe, back in 2016, so it's been in fruition for quite some time. And we secured funding through the previous Council's long-term plan to enable this work to occur. Here with me today, Bridget Lang, Principal Strategy Advisor in my team, and Chris Firth, our Senior Hazard Scientist, have been leading this work. And big thank you to both of them and the teams and partners behind this work who have got us to the stage where we are today. I'll now hand over to Bridget and Chris, and they'll run you through the paper and take any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Jesse. Firstly, I'd just like to start by thanking this council and the other partners to this project for their ongoing support for the project. It's been, as Jesse said, it's been a long and thorough process to reach this point, and it's involved numerous staff at various times, as well as the regular contributors to the working group and steering groups. There's also been multiple times that we've brought this project to this council, and we appreciate the ongoing consideration that this council has given to the project. I'd also like to acknowledge our colleagues Kate Doran and Lara Welsh, who have also been instrumental in getting us to this point. We'll take the paper and strategy supplied as read. However, I do want to highlight some key points about the strategy development process before handing to Chris, and he can talk a little bit about the strategy itself. However, before I do that, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that we've made an editing mistake in the version of the strategy that is in your agenda pack. I do apologise, we actually only picked this up at the weekend, but just want to note that the wording will be corrected in the final version, aligned with what was agreed with the steering group. As we're seeking the adoption of the strategy that was approved by the steering group, that is the version that is the correct one, but we do ask that this is included in the minutes for this meeting. So if I can just draw your attention to page 20 of the strategy itself, which I think is page 111 in your agenda pack. Under the ongoing actions, the paragraph that starts sustainable increase in the expected natural range of ecosystems, that first paragraph, what that paragraph should actually say, aligned with all the conversations and agreement with the steering group, is it should say a sustainable increase in the expected natural range of ecosystem cover within the catchment with an intergenerational ambition of 15% of the catchment land coverage being returned to Indigenous dominant healthy ecosystems. This effort will focus on public and or marginal non-productive land that is voluntarily made available through goodwill for this purpose. Such ecosystems will be broadly classified as those contributing positively towards strategy outcomes 1 and 2. So the intent is the same, however, we've just wrapped a bit more detail around the intent. So our Waitarakao project has been a really great positive news story for all involved. The 4 partners to the project have collaborated genuinely and effectively, and we have talked extensively with the community in the development of the strategy. This strategy development process has been a chance for mana whenua, stakeholders and the community to answer and consider fundamental questions around this catchment. And they have responded to this opportunity by contributing their time, knowledge and ideas generously. This means that we've had a really positive response from the community with a really high level of engagement. And the key thing that we've heard is that this is a really special place that needs to be protected. The phased approach to community engagement has not only provided vital feedback and ideas, it has also created opportunities for people from diverse backgrounds and perspectives to come together. These opportunities to meet, discuss and work together have enabled the community to find common ground and shared aspirations for the catchment. These values and aspirations then became the lens through which we worked with the community to develop options and the strategy itself. The community, whether that be landowners, farmers, businesses, recreational, residential, advocacy groups or educators, have been able to input genuinely into the content and the tone of the strategy document. We've also found that there are many events, community workshops and other activities during the engagement process have led to a really positive relationships between ourselves, the partners and the community, but also between the different sectors with each other. The community relationships formed during this process have already proven to be a positive outcome of this project in of itself. And we're already seeing community-led action aligned with the strategy outcomes and objectives and outcomes already being delivered. I'm now going to pass to Chris.
Thank you. So, yeah, I was just really intending just to quickly cover off. Obviously, we've had a 2 to 3 year period now of developing this strategy, which for us was really just about proving really that we could align the communities and the agencies and everybody's views together and find this collective middle ground of what we want to achieve and do in the catchment and show conceptually that there's a really good sound project there. And I think this is what that document is, and I think it does that really well. So I thought it would be worth mentioning, though, what we intend to do next if this is adopted and how we intend to work. So that same commitment to co-investment and to collective works is what we intend to do. We are working very much on sort of 2 levels with the first part of the project, which is a whole range of property level actions that are co-invested. So that's things like our restoration work, habitat, biodiversity, pest control, weed control, all of that sort of stuff. But just to give an example of how we're trying to set up the project as a template and how it's already working is we have a planting in a couple of weeks where the landowner had volunteered the land of their own accord to be used in this restoration. We're contributing to the cost of plants and some advice. We have a third-party contributor from the industrial area who's also contributing financially to the cost of the plants, and then we'll bring in the community volunteers to put those plants in the ground with some oversight from some of our partners. So it really shows that we're getting that level of investment across a whole range of people. And the whole key to it is we want to make those actions, while one of those actions is quite small, we want to make them very repeatable and just do them as many times as we can, and that's how we're operating. The second thing while we're doing that coincidentally is we're trying to investigate the really big ticket things in the catchment, which is primarily in our highest priority at the start of the strategy is what to do with the lagoon itself. And so the budget that we already have and how we're intending to work is to scope out options for that environment, feasibility, costs and all those things. So that in 2.5 years' time, roughly, or sooner than that, we'll have a plan for that lagoon that we can then basically be in a position of preparation to go for any funding that might come available, which would include the LTP cycles of the 2 agencies, central government, private contributions, whatever we can do. So that's how we're sort of operating this first 1 to 3 years. We've got a real fantastic level of momentum, I think, with the community and with different people. And we're already starting to see the realisation of people contributing to those outcomes, both in terms of work in kind, ideas, and in some cases financial contributions. And we think there's a real avenue there to just continue to grow that through time. So hopefully you choose to adopt the strategy today. And I'm really genuinely confident that if you do, in another couple of years, we'll be here for the next round of the LTP and we'll be talking about a really productive period of time. And we'll be looking at the future to continue a good piece of work. So, thank you.
Kia ora, team. Well done. Nick, I know you've got a question. Councillor Ward.
Yep. Just about what I was talking earlier in the day is that
years ago there was obviously lots of flood irrigation went on the area, and that water was captured by the sea-down drain, which then went into the lagoon. That's now changed, and that's not going on. But there is a drain that does come via the per irrigation scheme into the sea-down drain that is supplementing, fresh water into the lagoon, because the only other way it will be from the Washdyke Creek when it floods. So we need to look at a way of being able to carry on with keeping that drain going from the Pearl water, which may involve, buying some shares in that irrigation scheme. And a secondary question is that Washdyke area, there's no rating on some of that area, and I just wondered how far away that is from being looked into, investigated and implemented.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for the questions. As to the first one, so that investigative work I talked to around the lagoon, one of the complexities of that, one of the really key factors is those inflows, the hydrology of the catchment. And so the sea-down drain figures really importantly in there. And we've had a lot of informal conversations, semi-formal, with Apua Water, who have been involved in our project and in our community workshops for the project. And these sorts of ideas have been raised. Also with the Sea-Down District catchment farmers have been involved in our process. And so the idea of whether we may need to bring water in from that scheme to assist, that has been raised. It's one of a whole range of options that could be pursued. And I think that's where that investigative part of the start of the strategy process is really important to get that right. But certainly all the right people are talking, I guess, is the key take home there. The second part of the question around rating, it's probably slightly more a Lee one at the back there, but I'll have a go at answering it. But so concurrent to this project, and we mentioned it in here as a kind of that our group will be supporting, is the retreat of the coastal stop bank and the sea-down drain in that area, for which we've got some central government funding. And we've acknowledged in that process that the current rating district system isn't fit for purpose to do that work. And so it will be reviewed how to do that. And I think, as Lee tells me, the intention is that we'll come to the council with proposals to debt fund that work up until such time as it is reviewed and a new structure is found and put in place. Getting a nod at the back there, so I think that was it.
Well done. Peter, you got a question?
Yeah, so 2016, I was aware that we were starting this process. But we're also going to start a process with the industrial area in terms of rating that area to support some of the work that's going on. My understanding is that work has not proceeded. And I see you getting up there, Lee. You may know more about this than anyone. But it seems to me that there is some urgency around that. And just where are we at with that?
Thank you, Councillor. I agree there is some urgency around that. As Chris indicated, the current rating district, which is a drainage scheme, isn't fit for purpose. The targeted ratepayers are a small number of mainly rural people, and the large industrial area that's developed over time doesn't pay their fair share of rates for the benefit they receive, particularly from the coastal bank that protects them from the sea. Environment Canterbury started a piece of work around reviewing the rating district, and at that time, probably 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't have support from the Timaru District Council to look at that in detail. I understand they have quite a different view now, so we will be looking to advance that and bring together a different proposal, possibly for the long-term plan, possibly looking at if a district-wide rate for Timaru is a more fairer way of doing it, or if other options are available for the infrastructure works, which are accelerating from year 4 of the 30-year infrastructure strategy into year 1. We will be bringing a proposal back to council to fund our local share, which is 40%, 1.8 million. Staff will likely recommend to debt fund that out of general rate for fairness.
Can I just comment? So thank you for that. Oh, that's really helpful. But can I reserve the right to have a conversation that this has opened the door at once staff leave the table, Craig, regarding what Lee has just said?
Yeah, I don't know how that works, but yeah, I'm sure we can have it.
My point being that she's made some very, very strong points here. And at the last rating meeting that Ian McKenzie and I were with Opahi, they pushed back on rating increases for that river because they're not sustainable. we've suggested that we go and do exactly what Lee has just said. So I would just like to explore that with you.
For sure. Thank you. Any other questions for the staff? Yep, Councillor Korako.
Mihi atu kia koutou. Hey, can I just acknowledge the work that's been done here? And, this project of Waitarakao. Interesting, I just go back to my notes to the hui that we had at Arawhenua. And there was some concern around particularly where the freezing works was. And then also there was that breach. I don't know whether that was actually there or close to it that affected that. So you obviously the mana whenua relationship. Talk us through that.
Through the chair, kia ora, thank you. So Arawhenua have been a partner to this project all the way through. In fact, we're one of the key parties to actually instigate it. It's part of conversations that have been going on for decades, and then we're part of the formation of the working group back in 2016 and a foundational member of the steering group when we stood that up at around this time 2 years ago. And so we have worked within that structure with Arawhenua. However, we've also worked with Arawhenua as their Tiriti partners as well. So we have an ongoing relationship, obviously, with them that is separate and also connected to this project. So we haven't done anything without Arawhenua being in agreement with that action. In terms, if you want me to speak a little bit to the Smithfield issue, it's very limited how much I can speak to that because we have worked with, particularly with TDC actually, in terms of access off Bridge Street into the lagoon itself. That does cross Smithfield land, and there has been some agreements and some improvements to that access in collaboration, obviously, with the landowner. Chris, in terms of what that looks like now, there's obviously some uncertainty, but I'll pass to Chris for that.
Yeah, I'll just acknowledge with the freezing works, obviously, to acknowledge how sad a situation that is for Timaru, what's happened there, and all that loss of employment. But in terms of this project, it is something we just need to consider and think about because the primary access to the lagoon area for the public is through that land, and it's not owned by the public, it's owned by Alliance. And Alliance also owns some of the land around the immediate margins of the lagoon. In terms of the incidents you speak of, the pollution events, they were slightly out of our catchment. They were actually on the other side of the Freezing Works Hill into the adjacent catchment. And they were in the process of being addressed through a process, and I'm not sure where that sits. That's outside our understanding. Yeah.
So the Runanga's issue with it is obviously around with Smithfield, the freezing works, because I mean they believe that they've picked up actually quite a number of, and it's been an ongoing issue actually for quite some time, and one of their concerns actually was, and I see here that it's about the enhancement of mahinga kai, and so with that, that's why, and I know it's obviously quite sensitive at the moment, but that actually seems to be, according to them, it's one of the major issues that actually restricts the mahinga kai populations actually in that whole kind of area there.
One thing I would say is that there's another process, as Chris said, there's been another process going that we were very careful to make sure that we didn't impede or influence that other process. And so I guess the thing is, until that process runs out, from an ECAM perspective, we were making sure that that was dealt with it separate to this project, while completely acknowledging what you're saying. We have been engaging with Arawhenua about that, and they know the reasons why we're doing that. But totally, I hear your point. It's just we haven't been addressing it directly within this project itself.
Because of the sensitivity of the issue?
Because it's subject to judicial proceedings.
Okay, cool. So if are they going to close that works down? So that would be catalytic then, wouldn't it?
Potentially, yes. But again, there's uncertainty. Yeah.
Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, thank you for this, and I know it's great to see it all come together, and it's really holistic. You know, it's integrating so many different aspects. This is probably a question for you, Lee, in terms of the mention of pollutants from the industrial areas and in the waterways of like metals and things like that. I know that I believe Timaru District Council were looking at some fairly innovative things they were looking to do through their district plan, at least to start to address from some new builds or buildings that need consent for, restoration or some change. Has that made any progress? Do you know how that's doing? I know I'm particularly interested because, of course, it potentially could be something picked up by other TAs as well, because it's not actually a unique problem.
I believe it's in the early stages. I do know that Timaru District Council have put $3 or $4 million into their long-term plan to support stormwater initiatives specifically within the Waitarakao catchment. So over the next few years, they'll be looking at, as I understand it, wetlands and retention ponds and other improvements, which we're hoping to piggyback on and potentially work into our co-investment case. So I do believe there is an active plan for water quality there. I don't know anything specific about the housing, but I do know they're working on it.
Just to say, it'd be great to sort of have that as a learning that can be passed across to other TAs and see how it comes out. I think that's a really valuable piece of work that's happening. Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie.
Really just a question for Lee, really. And going back to Councillor Scott's point about how we fund the government infrastructure project and the $1.8 million share, and that overflows into this washed strategy. You'd be welcome. You could just confirm that you would like to hear advice from the two councillors from South Canterbury as to what the community down there will favour the most. That would help you out, wouldn't I imagine?
In terms of how it's funded? Yes, it would be useful. So for our government projects, we do need to start on the ground this summer. So we are starting with aspects of the project that don't need resource consent. We were clear we need to get consent to move the drain in year 2 because it is tied to minimum flows and other things. And that's when the bulk of the spend will come on. So how that is funded is probably the most topical question that came up at the Rating District meeting.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, councillors? No, looks like that's it. Thanks, team. Thanks for all your work. Thanks for the explanations. We'll move on to putting our resolutions up. Nick, you want to move it? Very good. So that's Mover and Peter seconded. Thank you. So moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Scott. So we've got 3 resolutions to adopt the strategy, to note that it was formally endorsed by the steering group, which includes those partners, and that we delegate to the Chief Executive to adjust any minor amendments. So would you like to speak to that, Councillor Ward?
I haven't got too much more to add. I mean, I think this project ticks a lot of boxes for this area. And there's been lots of discussion and collaboration go on between all the parties, and I think everyone feels totally engaged and involved, and the community are all really, really positive about it. So I haven't really got too much to add from that. I just think we need to adopt it and get on with it.
Thanks, Councillor Ward. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I'd just like to say well done to the work that's done. Strategically, it's a good asset for the people of Timaru. And Chris, your knowledge in that area is boundless, and so I'm sure that you hold the key to a lot of the solutions that we have, and that work along the coastal area that you do is highly thought of and supported by councillors. But I would just like to make the point, I think that when I asked the point about the rating, I think we need to have that conversation. I intend to have that conversation with Councillor Ward and also Councillor McKenzie coming, and I know that I've gone a bit wide on this, Chair, but I think the same feeling is held by people that are paying rates on the the likes of the Mihi River. We've had a presentation to us from Opua in terms of their mitigation of floodwaters on the Mihi and Opua. So there's a whole lot of things down there, and the greatest risk of flooding and hurting communities is in South Canterbury. So I think that we need to go to TDC, led by yourself, Councillor Mackenzie, and have a discussion with them, and whether we do that as a deputation to them or some means. But I think we need to get there before Christmas, and I think we need to put it in their minds that somewhere in the future we need to consider how, and not the why, but how we would rate the industrial area.
Thank you. I've got. Well, you can speak during the debate, but I've just got a few others in line, but then come back to you, Ian. So I've got Ian, and then Nock, and then you, Ian. Kia ora tātou. Just mihi atu ki ngā kaimahi o Te Kauni Te Tai o ki Waitarakao, just acknowledging the staff and Chris and Bridget and the mahi that the team has done on this. But just, kind of acknowledging that you see who was involved, the community, Timaru District Council, Department of Conservation, Te Runanga Warawhenua, ka Tihui Rapa, along with them with AEC, Aoraki Environmental, and then also Te Kauni Te Tai o ki Waitarakao, Environment Canterbury. And it just kind of, that's a reflection of kind of, looking at a catchment, how we can probably move forward, working in catchments and working with the community, having that TA there, Runaka and ourselves, and then also the community, and Department of Conservation were there as well. So just kind of reflection on, moving forward. We're kind of looking at, what zone committees look like. This is kind of a model that it's already shown that has worked, and so I really like if we can move that forward. But just working in with the mana whenua, and you see the logo, the work that one of the members of Ka Tihui Rapa has done, but even just to the vision of to restore the mauri of Waitarakao for everyone. Everyone was involved in that. And then just, those guiding principles, I really kind of support the work that's been done, and I'm really looking forward to where this can go. I know we're going to go from working from the strategy into actually implementing, and I know it's in the long-term plan, funding there for 3 years, but it's probably making sure, moving past that, what it looks like from 3 to 10 to 20 years, because one of the outcomes is increased Whakakapi to enable customary harvest of food and resources that were traditionally gathered from the area kia tiki tai. I don't know if councillors or whānau have been down there recently. It's probably not the most pristine state. So this is a long-term intergenerational work to help restore that mauri. Kia ora. Kia ora, Councillor Cranwell, Councillor Korako.
Just supplementary to what Councillor Scott said and Mackenzie, is that the two māngai, the two members actually of that takiwā, but also to include one of the māngai Ngaitahu as well within that, when actually engaging with the territorial authorities. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Ian.
And look, I just wanted to reinforce the point that Peter and Nook said, and that is that, to be clear, I'm talking more about the infrastructure project as opposed to the strategy, but they are inextricably linked, and funding one will help with the funding and the development of the other. But look, the discussion I've had with Stephen and Lee on this issue is that we want the local councillors to come to us with a preferred position, having talked to their community about how the South Canterbury community want to fund this project, and that's about what the new rating system looks like, given that we've got to raise at least 1.8 million.
Thanks, Ian. Grant, and then Councillor Swiggs.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the team who put this together. I really think this is Councillor Cranwell said, a really good way moving forward, that we can look at look at the now, if you like, and look at the future and intergenerational benefit. dealing with climate change issues, and dealing really with issues that become sort of problematic in multiple ways. But I think that the report and the kind of template, I really like those things. It's got a range of outcomes, identifies objectives under each one, has some targets, and then there's an approach for ongoing actions. So I really commend this approach, and hopefully we'll see more like this in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Edge. Councillor Swiggs?
Yeah, not much more to add on top of what's been said. Just wanted to say thanks to the staff for this. Been down to a number of the engagements on this and walked through it as part of OTOP. And kind of what was said by Councillor Crimwell, that this is an interesting way that the zone committees can actually have some impact, and it's through the people that are on those committees, linking in back to the different various parts of councils, organisation, runanga, and coming together with a combined strategy about some of the issues. And Waitakere is the product, but there's a whole lot of other problems which this can bring solutions to. And just one last point there, Councillor Cramwell, that beautiful logo. I met the lady, and I cannot remember her name. Fran, who designed it and made it and gifted it to this project. She's a Taranaki Te Atiawarian too, so you know what? We're taking over slowly.
Kia ora. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If not, I'll just say a few words and then hand over back to Councillor Ward if he wants to finish off. He tino pai rau atu tō tātou mahi I tēnei hapua o te Waitarakao. So just wanted to say awesome work, everybody, and include our staff, of course, in that. And, of course, the agencies that are all involved. And, awesome leadership, awesome work with the community. This is the way that things work really well. We've got other examples of this, of course, like Whakaora, Whakaora Te Waihora, Te Manahuna, lots of other projects that work along this model, and they do work when you're focusing on sort of positive outcomes, restoration, and everybody giving and taking a little bit. So, yeah, just well done. Awesome work. And hand over to Nick if you want to say any more words.
Just got to say this before, but thanks to Bridget and Chris for all the work you've put in. I mean, it's a fantastic document. It's going to be a fantastic project, and it's really encouraging to see you got full Cashman support and engagement. And I think it's a great intergenerational project. So thanks very much.
Kia ora. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? And we've got one abstention. You want that noted, Councillor Robinson? That's carried. Thank you. Great work. We're going to go to 8.4 now, which is our Canterbury Regional Council meeting dates for 2025. So I'll welcome Betrayer. Oh, she's moving from here down to there. Well done. And Lisa to the table. And we'll go through this when you're settled in down there.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've made a minor amendment. We've recommended that the ARC dates are not confirmed today. We just need to review the timing of the committee, as we are also partway through the recruitment for the independent chair. So it would make sense to propose the dates in consultation with that new chair. And we've also had an update on the Mayoral Forum dates, and the Mayoral Forum dates are connected to our Civil Defence Emergency Management Joint Committees and our Canterbury Regional Transport Committee. So they were proposed for the 6th of March, and that's now going to move to the 13th of February. So the dates proposed for next year have been based on our reporting timeframes for the new monthly meeting cycle, which we've been using in the last couple of months. So that's where we had week 1 was a committee week, week 2 was a committee week, week 3 was a committee meet week if we have some consultations and hearings, plan processes that we need to go through, and also constituency week for you guys. And then in week 4 we have a council week. So we've continued that for our timing for next year.
Thank you. Is there any questions from councillors? All good. And assuming in terms of the ARC stuff, we'll bring that back to the next council meeting. Yep, that's good. So if there's no questions, thank you. Oh, you got a question, Dion? Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I mean, is there any reason why we have to have the recess weeks around school holiday weeks? Because it is prohibitively expensive to go anywhere in this country when it's school holidays, and it is ridiculous.
It's up to councillors, really. What you have in front of you is based on the pattern that was adopted this year. So if you want to make any changes, please let us know.
Got an amendment or anything, Dion?
No, I only just actually really looked at it, but it's just something that really does bug me.
You got a question, Councillor? Yep.
So on what Councillor Swiggs has just brought up, what are the ramifications, and is it, can you actually, if we adopt that, what needs to happen? How do we do the process? So we have a discussion. Is that now?
Well, I think the recess dates are set just in the calendar, right? They're not actually. There's not actually a resolution for the recess weeks. I suppose if we wanted to have a discussion, you could. I mean, there's a good reason. I mean, many of us do have families, and it is an important time to be able to spend that time with your families. I get that things might cost a little bit more to travel and stuff, but those of us with families face that too, actually. So, I mean, we could, but I think
maybe a straw poll.
I think it'd be better to leave it. There's no resolution about recess weeks. Just the calendar shows that in the paper. But if we wanted to have a discussion and then bring it back to the next meeting, because we're going to do the ARC stuff anyway, it could be done then, and we could have a better discussion about it rather than doing it all in here. That'd be my opinion. Councillor East, you got a question?
No, just more of a comment. I think that looking at the calendar, it perhaps might make some sense with the first recess period sort of encompassing both Anzac Day and Easter. So I can see some logic in perhaps sticking with that. The July one, and I concur entirely with Councillor Swiggs that those of us that might want to travel internally or offshore, the costs just hydraulic during school holidays. So if any recess week could be shifted, I would suggest the July one be moved outside of school holiday period, and at least we get one opportunity a year to do something different.
Thanks, Councillor East. Councillor Robinson, do you have a question?
I was just considering, I can understand where you're coming from. However, there may be an option for those who would rather not take it at that time. Is there an option to consider on a constituency sort of week instead, or something like that? I mean, my son's 9, and I would have to pay for childcare, and that's even more expensive sometimes than actually international travel. But you know, that's my dilemma, not yours, and so I would be still considering anything that was reasonable.
I think by the reflection of the conversation so far, there's definitely some appetite to relook at that part of it. But like I'm saying, let's give ourselves a bit more time and bring that back next month in terms of the recess part of the calendar. But in terms of the rest of the resolutions, it doesn't affect them. So is it okay if we carry on? I know people want to make a comment on it, but I think let's discuss it in another time, and then we'll bring that back to the next council meeting. Is that everyone happy with that? Cool. Did you have a comment, Lisa?
Yes, just in case your wishes for an alternative recess week might have an impact on the dates that you adopt today. So what you could do today is adopt the calendar from January through to 30 June, and then staff come back to the next meeting with the July through to October calendar. And so it is important today that we have at least the first 6 months confirmation.
Definitely sounds like a good idea. I just think it makes the resolutions that we currently have on the screen pretty complicated. So I'd be happier to just do the resolutions as they are, noting the ARC ones are moved off, and that we bring back and update the ones post June at the next meetings if we have to update them. Is that good? Because otherwise there's a lot of crossing out we've got to do right now in a relatively short space of time. So is everyone happy with that? Noting that it's been noted, there's a good discussion to be had, and the staff can then go away and do that. All good? Yeah. The audit and risk one there has just been crossed out. Yeah. Well, it'll be brought back to the next council meeting with the proper dates. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't mean we're not, because we've got them for the rest of this calendar year, so that's all good. It just affects from February or January onwards, but we'll sort it out before then. All good? Okay. Well, in that case, I don't think there's any further questions. Thank you. Do I have a mover and seconder for the amended motions up there? Yeah, Councillor Swiggs. Any seconder for the Councillor East? Any discussion needed? Don't think so. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. Sorry, Nick, I know you wanted to speak to it. You can now if you want. Yeah. Sorry.
No, right. I mean, I support the calendar for the year, but it's just one comment. It'd be kind of nice if we maybe came back a bit sooner after Christmas and had 2 weeks in the middle of winter, so then if you wanted to go away, you could go away. Sort of kind of hard.
All good. Don't know if you'll have a winner on that one, Nick, but good suggestion.
It's good to get away in the middle of winter some years.
Cool. Hey, thanks for that. We'll move to 8.5 in our agenda. That's page 137, and I think we've got Brian. Welcome to the table, or welcome back to the table, to introduce this paper on the Timaru District Council rating fractions. Thank you.
Essentially, this is a paper designed to correct some of the ratings fractions for the Timaru district that are printed in the back of the LTP. The reason this came about was because when the calculations were being done for the LTP at the end of the year, Timaru district sent in their property valuation file as normal, and we calculated the rating fractions that should be applied, and then when they came to be applied in their invoicing, they used a new, more up-to-date set of valuations. So in effect, we were going to collect $3 million more from the Timaru district than we had intended to. So this is taking us back to collect exactly the same as we had intended in the LTP.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions from councillors? Yep.
Could we have diverted that money to the Washtake Lagoon?
Would have been a sneaky move, but yeah. Look, thank you, Brian, and I think we're all well briefed on this one in terms of what's happened there. So I know that it's really complex in terms of the resolutions that are in front of us, in terms of there being lots of words on the paper, but there's 2 resolutions there. I'll bring them up on the screen. And mover, Councillor Scott, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Edge. And any debate? No. All those in favour, please say... Oh, sorry. Yep. Please say aye. And any against? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to 8.6, which is, on page 143 of our agenda. It's just in regards to a bunch of appointments for councillors that we need to tidy up. So I've got Lisa coming to the table, and I'll let Lisa introduce this.
Thank you, Chair. This report seeks your appointment of either membership of committees or appointment to the role of chair or deputy chair of a number of other committees as well. First, before we start, I just wanted to draw your attention to some staff amendments to recommendations. These have been pre-circulated to you. In comparison to the original agenda paper, we have a new agenda 4. Sorry, a new recommendation 4. And this is with regard to adopting the voting system. This is mandatory for the role of committee chairs, and it could also be useful today for appointing committee membership as well. You're familiar with the system, so unless there's any questions, I won't go into it now, but we have also circulated for you the detail of each voting system, which normally we would have put into the agenda paper. The second change to recommendations is with regard to the new recommendation 5. Originally we had named a councillor there, we have removed that name. And now it will depend on how many nominations are received today and how that process goes. So they are the changes to the staff recommendations, and accordingly the numbering now has changed a little as well. Are there any specific questions about the different roles or membership, excuse me, that are listed in the recommendations?
Any questions, councillors? Yeah, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. And I note that the purpose of this discussion and these resolutions is the appointments to cover vacancies arising from the demise of Councillor Peter Scott. But given that 3 or 4 of the resolutions are to do with the Regional Transport Committee, I wonder why we're not reflecting on the changes we've made to our governance roles in terms of our responsibilities. And the notable change is that, as I understand it, Councillor Scott and Councillor Edge were appointed to the Regional Transport Committee because they were chair and vice chair of the old Transport Committee. That responsibility, well, there is no Transport Committee, but the core service lead on that is now Joe Davies. And so I wonder why we're not making provision to appoint Joe Davies to the Regional Transport Committee as part of these changes, given that that would be logical to have the core service lead for transport sitting on the Regional Transport Committee.
Well, any change to membership of that committee is addressed by the new recommendation 5. That is where the chair can call for nominations for that second member role, and there is an opportunity to put forward any nominations that councillors would like to do.
Probably a question for councillors more than staff, Ian, so you've raised the issue there. I don't know if anyone's got any other comment about that, but as I see it, we've got to do at least 1 and 2 at the moment before we get to the rest of it. So are we happy to move to there, or are there any other questions? So in terms of the job we have to do in terms of 1 and 2, have I got a mover and seconder? Councillor Burns. Any seconder to number 2? Councillor East. Thank you. Any discussion required on this, other than to note, as we did in the last meeting, just Councillor Scott's long membership on that committee and all of his work that he's done to date. So just acknowledging that, Peter. I know you've been in that role for a long time and done an amazing job for us, so thank you. So any other discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. In terms of number 3, this is where we're noting that Councillor Grant Hedge was put on there when we did the appointments at the start of the last triennium, and that he was appointed as Deputy Chair of that committee. So do I have a mover for that? Yeah, Councillor Burns, and a seconder, Councillor Robinson. Any discussion on that? Yep, Councillor.
Well, really, repeating my question, is there an appetite for this council to consider, and today may not be the appropriate time to do it, but it seems to me that if we're going to respect the decisions we made in terms of the reappointment of roles and responsibilities, we should reflect on that across the board. And this seems like this may be the wrong opportunity, but I think it's something we need to consider at some stage, if there is an appetite from this council to consider that. And I don't think 5 quite ticks the box, because and the way the election process today might go will reflect on that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point that you've raised. I'm not sure about how we do that, because, of course, you say number 5 is only to appoint a second member, noting that Grant's already on there. So I'd be guided by council, but yeah, Councillor Edge.
Can I comment? My position hasn't been discharged on that current committee. I was elected in 2022 by council to that position, and I'm continuing to maintain that role. The role is the second person for the committee, not both members of the committee.
Yeah, Councillor Burns.
Yeah, that was my thoughts too. So if we're setting a precedent of any time someone leaves a committee, we'll revote the lot in. Is that what we're asking to do here?
I think that's a rather lightweight response. What I'm suggesting is that we, as a council, appointed Joe as the lead on transport. And it seems logical to me, much the same as I argued that it was logical that both Vicky and Nick should go onto the Audit and Risk Committee as chairs of their respective committees, because that seems to me where roles, they should have a hands-on role there. It seems to me that if Joe is the lead on transport issues, that he should sit on those secondary responsibilities to do with transport. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm not talking about a major revolution here. We've already decided that revolution and changing our committee structures and appointing people to responsibility roles.
Peter?
Look, with all due respect to you, Ian, I think you make a lot of sense, and I struggled with the fact that I was on the Regional Transport Committee in 2016 and had no other transport responsibilities yet. The activities sort of stretch across all transport, so I accept that. But Grant is right in what he says. He has not been discharged from that position. Today should not be about Grant and Grant's position. Councillor Edge's position, should I say? It should be about the chair and who that person is. Who should that person be to undertake that role? It may be somewhere down the track that what you were saying is right, but I think right now is that we need to consider the chair.
Yeah, Councillor East.
There seems to be a little bit of confusion amongst the resolutions we've got before us, because I can't see the ones below. I think they might have changed. We actually had a recommendation, remit there to appoint the second member of the... Yeah, so how does that correlate with the fact that we have an appointment and then we have the opportunity now to appoint the second member, which under the way it's written, I suppose, is we could appoint anyone to that, which would then effectively discharge the incumbent.
Wouldn't discharge the incumbent, because we've passed the resolution 2 to discharge Peter Scott from it. So that's created the vacancy. That's what's happened.
Yes,
and then resolution 5 is to sort the second member, noting that Grant's already on there and he's not being discharged as of.
But then we see somewhere in the report that by virtue of some charter or other, you as the chair are an automatic appointee to that committee.
Well, that's been changed by the staff recommendations. That's what Lisa has updated. That was an assumption, and that's been corrected, so that now that nomination is open.
So in actual fact, then, we don't need the resolution to appoint a second member to the...
No, we do, because we just discharged a person. Now we need to replace that person.
No, second person.
The second person, yes. Yeah.
You're the first person.
No, I'm not. I'm not on there.
Yeah, but he's on it as of right.
Okay. Look, I think we've had a little go at this. We've got a mover and seconder. We have to put this to the vote. So all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. So let's go to resolution 4, and that's just the voting system resolution. As we've done previously, I'll put system A to the vote and see how that goes. Have I got a mover and seconder for section 8? System A, Peter and Yayan. All those in favour, please say aye. Is there any against? That's carried. So we get to number 5, and this is where we're looking for the second person to replace Peter, who's been discharged at number 2. So now we'll call for nominations for that. Dion.
I'll nominate yourself, Craig. Councillor or Chair Pauling.
Okay, what I'll do, since I've been nominated, and it's a bit tricky because you've nominated me, Dion, we need someone to run this election because I don't feel comfortable running that. Maybe Stephanie, well, it's been moved and seconded, so that, yeah, or Claire, would you like to? Yeah, seconded it.
Kia ora tātou. I'll take over. Hey.
Yep.
So we got there, Dion nominated Chair Pauling and seconded by Councillor Mackay. Any discussion? You accepted nomination, yep. Chair Pauling. But he accepted it? Yep. Is there any other nominations? None. I declare Chair Pauling as the Canterbury Regional Councillor, second of the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee. Kia ora. Congratulations.
So you just need to call for a vote.
Sorry, I put my hand up, but you didn't say, does anyone abstain?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, vote. All those hands up for a vote.
Oh, sorry, I got on more theories.
Sorry, I missed the vote. Was that?
Yes, we're voting.
Yes. So I didn't ask for because there was no other nomination, so I kind of just said let's carry on, automatic. But people wanted to go for a vote. So hands up for voting for Chair Pauling. All those for, against? Abstain? Oh, abstain or against? Against. No, one that noted. Councillor Burns? Abstaining? Okay then. So 14 for, 1 abstention and 1 against. Carried. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Cranwell. Next we go to the appointment of who's going to be the chair and deputy chair of that Regional Transport Committee. So we've got Councillor Edge and Councillor myself. That's pretty weird. Anyway, do I have to carry on with this or how does that work? Sorry. Councillor Cranwell, do you want to go again?
So
sorry, deputy can do it.
So we're so let's appoint the Councillor Pauling for chair, and appointing who's nominating you for that? Okay, so Grant Edge nominating and Councillor Sunkel seconding. That means that we don't need the second part of that resolution, so can we delete that? And is there any other further nominations? No. So all those in favour of Chair Pauling being appointed to the chairperson of the Regional Transport Committee, please raise your hand. Any abstentions? Any against? Carried. Congratulations, Chair Pauling.
Thank you. Just got a 7th resolution there in relation to this. And it's in relation to that the chair of the Regional Transport Committee was also offered membership of the South Island Regional Transport Committee as prescribed in the Collaboration Charter. So can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Edge, seconder, Councillor Sunkel. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Swiggs, for taking that over and working through that. And I think, just as my reflection, the deputy chair part wasn't needed because, as we've done in Resolution 3, that Grant is currently the deputy chair of that committee, so that wasn't required. We've got, John, you got a question?
Just to comment, Mr. Chair, I know there's been a lot of discussion whether it should be a councillor or the chair, and in my mind, that committee sits with the mayors of Canterbury, and so mana te mana, I believe that you are the correct person for that role in that position. I know you had some reticence about taking it up, but mana te mana, face to face. I think we have the correct decision today. So thank you for taking the nomination.
Thank you. It was always my intention to do what this council wanted in this regard, and I see it as a duty that's important for the chair to do. So happy to take that up. So thank you, John. And I do have some sympathy for what Councillor Mackenzie said, though, that we probably should look at that in the future as well. So acknowledge that. Thank you. On number 8, so this is about a resolution that we had a few months back. In terms of a selection panel for selecting the independent chair of our Audit and Risk Committee. So what we had then in terms of the resolution we'd had in that time was that it was to be the chair and deputy of the council and the deputy chair of the Audit and Risk Committee and one other. And I think in our discussions at that time, we had tentatively nominated Councillor Sunkel to that position, but Councillor Sunkel was away from council, so we couldn't complete that process. So that's the proposal as it would stand, that we would confirm that the makeup of that selection panel would be the chair and deputy of the regional council, which would be Councillor Swiggs, myself, and the deputy chair of Audit and Risk, which would be Councillor Edge, and Councillor Sunkel. So I don't know if we can get those people up on the screen. Yeah, Councillor Ward, you're happy to move that? Yeah, and Councillor Karakia second that. So can we just get the words up there in terms of those positions and the councillors? Just bear with us while we get the long words typed up on the screen. I think that's good. That's good for now. Yep, Genevieve, you got a question?
It's clearly been pre-discussed. I just see a lack of balance on that particular selection. It
was pre-discussed in terms of the last time we dealt with this at council. So it hasn't been discussed other than that. The only difference is that we've had a change of chair and deputy. Yeah. So that's the difference there. So it was a difference between myself and Peter, and then Dion and would have been myself. So that's the only change. Councillor Sunkel was discussed last time. There seemed to be a lot of support around the table for that. If you've got an alternative that you want to put forward, then you can do that. But we'll have to deal with the one that's in front of us at the moment. So.
Yeah, okay.
And if it fails...
I'll deal with the one that's in front of us first.
All good. Any discussion? Do you want to speak, Councillor Ward or Councillor Karakia? Are we happy to put it to the vote? Yep, Councillor Southworth.
I'm just going to voice what Councillor Robbins has just realised, and now she's pointed out to me as well, is there's a complete lack of gender diversity in there. If we have an application from female, they are fronted by 4 men. Now, appreciate this it's a very difficult thing to have a gender diversity when there's only 3 women at the table. Like, this is constantly an issue, but just to be mindful as a panel of 4 men, if you have a woman applying, just be mindful that could be quite, there's a risk of 4 with unconscious bias. So it is an issue, and it is something that I think any recruiter and recruitment panel should have in mind.
I acknowledge that. That's a fair point. But it sort of relates to what we've discussed previously in terms of what positions we're going to go on it. The only difference being that we'd never confirm Councillor Sunkel. So, yeah, I acknowledge the point, totally. But can we put this to the vote? If it fails, we can come back. If it doesn't, unless there's any more discussion. But Councillor Edge has got another...
Yes, I fully support Councillor Sunkel being on this panel. Councillor Sunkel has experience in audit and risk matters, and he was on the previous panel where we looked at an independent person, so he has the knowledge and background of that. So that's...
Councillor Southworth?
Yeah, just to say, it's not that I don't support this selection. I'm raising a concern. I do actually wonder whether there can be training around unconscious bias, and maybe that's something, given that it's an important role and it's something that we should be mindful of, that might be a solution. But I'm just flagging it as an issue. I totally support Councillor Sunkel on this position. I get it. I just have just seen, with the 4 names all written down in that line, that as a selection panel, there is a potential issue. As I say, there's a solution there, which might be unconscious bias training.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Councillor Korako?
Kia ora. I took all the comments around Councillor Sunkel. To me, the way that he has been a former chair, actually, of Audit and Risk, he's also, it's the way he can articulate and adhere to the KISS formula of keeping it simple. And the other part of it is that he's an inspiration to the fact is that he was knocking on a door a while ago, and now he's back in here, and that actually, that inspiration inspires me anyway, as to him actually taking his place back at his rightful place back at the table where he can add so much value. The other part around the gender comments, and as someone that comes from a family of 9 and 8 sisters, I kind of understand in some ways. But look, we're talking about governance here. We're really talking about governance, and 101 is actually based on it's based on skill sets. It's based on a number of things. It's not that that it was singled out to the fact is that you actually have to you don't support one sort of gender or the other. Go read Governance 101 actually of the Institute of Directors, and then you will actually see very clearly actually how they actually view that. So it's not as if suddenly it's an all sort of kind of male thing, dominated thing. I mean, in some ways that's the nature of it, and it's actually about who gets elected. It's a part of democracy, and so that's the way we see it. Try be 1 or 2 Indigenous people members at a table, actually, of where you're always the minority, but we just get on to what we actually do. So anyway, that's my whakaro around a kind of gender balance sort of ideology.
Just to comment, I just wonder how many other recruitment consultants there are around the table, because I actually have experience in that, hence why I'm aware of some of that training around things like unconscious bias. But anyway, just putting that out there, that's actually on my CV.
Well, that's great. You should keep doing that if you're going to do that. But I'm not actually, and I don't like the tone actually, because the fact is I'm just adding some, some real governance.
Yeah, that's good. I think it's a good point, well made, Vicky. So you've made a good point. You've made us aware of it. You've given us a solution as well. So we'll work with that, but we just probably need to put this to the vote. So we've had a mover and a seconder. We've had a bit of a discussion. Can we, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Councillor Robinson. Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Number 9 is another part of this in terms of the council chair being the ex officio member of audit and risk, which would be that I would then be that ex officio member. It's just a confirming resolution. So that's number 9. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Edge and Councillor Mackenzie seconding it. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. The next one that we're moving to is a bunch of resolutions, 10, 11, 12 and 13, in relation to the Chief Executive Employment, Performance and Remuneration Committee. And again, it's just rearranging things because on that committee, you have the deputy and chair of the council that sit on that committee. So this is just 4 resolutions confirming that Councillor Scott was appointed, that he's discharged, that Chair Pauling goes on there along with Deputy Chair Dion Swiggs. So have I got a mover for that? Councillor Mackenzie and a seconder, Councillor East. Got some discussion around this?
Just wanted to make sure that that date in number 10 was correct. I believe it probably should be 2022.
True. Yep. I'm sure we can all agree to amend that.
Because that date hasn't quite happened yet.
Cool, thank you. If the mover and second is happy with that, I'm sure they are. All good, thank you. Any discussion to be had on this? No? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Abstention, thanks. Councillor Robinson, you want that noted? Thank you. The next 2, 14 and 15, we'll go to 14 first. So that is in relation to the Regional Hearings Committee. This relates to discussions we had about the change of committees a few months back, where I made it known that I would be happy not to be the Deputy Chair of the Regulation Hearing Committee any longer, but happy to remain as a member of that committee. So all those, any mover for that, sorry? Any mover? Yep. Councillor Mackay, seconder. Councillor Korako. Don't need to be really any discussion on that, but all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. In terms of the replacement for the Deputy Chair of that Regulation Hearings Committee, can I call for nominations for that from the current members? Yep. You got a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Councillor East.
I'll second that.
So moved Councillor Mackay, seconded by Councillor Korako. Are there any other nominations? Oh, sorry, Councillor East, would you accept that nomination? Cool. Any other nominations for that position? No, doesn't look like it. So can I just have a vote to confirm that? So all those in fit. Yep. You got a question?
Just a question. Does that position, I know Councillor Mackay might know, does that position have to be filled by somebody with the decisions-making course? Current or not?
No, I don't think so,
Okay.
Councillor Ridge. Is that, you confirm that, Lisa? Or?
I'm sorry, I can't confirm
Okay.
that. I doubt it, but we would have to get absolute clarity on that for you.
I held a certification for probably near on 10, 15 years. I'm in the process of renewing it.
Cool, thank you. Well, could we quickly look at the terms of reference? If we can get it up, we can adjourn for 5 minutes. I mean, I'm happy to go forward, but it would be good just to get that clarification. I think Claire would know if anyone, but let's just get the terms of reference up. So I'll just adjourn for a couple of minutes. Thanks, everybody. just welcome back. So I've got the terms of reference here in front of me, and I'm happy to hand that around to others, including the membership of the committee. The terms of reference doesn't specify that, so it doesn't need to be someone with a hearings commissioner a qualification. I'm happy to hand that around if people want to see it. Does everyone need to see it before we move on, or you trust the view? All good? Yep. Where you go? No.
So if we haven't voted, just as a bit of background, from my perspective anyway, it doesn't matter. Any councillor can come on to that committee when we're elected as the new triennium, but certainly there's some benefits of having the making good management. Not only sitting at the Regional Regulation Hearing Committee, but I think in governance around the table, full stop. So I definitely encourage any councillor that wants to do that to do that course. The only, as far as I am aware, the only constraint is the chair should have the chair endorsement for the making good management if we were going to be making panel decisions on any applications that came forward to us, which we haven't been doing. So
yeah, that's right. And I don't have the chair endorsement. That's a whole nother level of, but you do? Yeah, good. It's a whole nother level of qualification altogether, but well done. So can that paper be moved on, or else we're just going to be happy to move on? I think what I did notice, though, is there's 6 members, not to complicate things too much, but there's 6 members currently. There is a room for one more if anyone would like to be on the Regulation Hearings Committee. That we could do that after this if anyone wants to. So we'll put that to the vote if people are happy. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Well done, Councillor East. Sorry. So we'll just do. Yeah, sorry, I got a bit mixed up there. So that was moved and carried for 15. Should we just do that again? So Councillor Mackay and Councillor Karakia, are you happy to move the number 15 as a resolution? Sorry. That should have been the vote for that one. So can we just do that vote again? Sorry. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Well done. So, like I said, there is a vacancy on that committee if anybody would like to take it. Is there anyone that wants to do that? No? Oh, Genevieve? Have you got a mover?
I'll move.
Yeah, you move. Councillor Cranwell? Have we got a seconder for Councillor Robinson to take up the last spot on the RHC? I'll second it. So that would be the 7th member. Any discussion on that? All good. So just let the team catch up. Just adjourn for a minute or so while we get the wordings written up. So we're back live. So we've just got another resolution, 16.1, and that was because there was no other nominations. So we'll have a vote to appoint Councillor Robinson to the Recreation Hearings Committee as a 7th member. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. The last resolution here that we did have was about considering any further changes required to committee membership. The only one that I'm aware of is the Greater Christchurch Partnership. And as I understand, I spoke to Chair Scott about this, Councillor Scott about this, that the Chair plus 2 other members were appointed to that. So it's just a thing of ratifying that I would take that position up on the GCP. So we might just give the team a little bit of a moment, or adjourn again just to get that written up, and then we'll have a mover and seconder, etc. for that. Thank you. So just got a couple of resolutions here. Just again, just to tidy up this, and thanks for bearing with me on this. It is sort of extremely awkward when your name's on the screen. But so this is to discharge Councillor Scott from the membership of the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee and to appoint Chair Pauling to the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Edge, seconder. Councillor Robinson, thank you. Put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. And any against? That's carried. Thank you. The only other one that I'm aware of is in relation to the, and this came up last week actually, the project oversight group for pest-free Banks Peninsula. And I believe that Councillor Diche, you resigned from that position. Is that correct? Councillor Diche, are you there?
Yes, sorry about that.
Cool.
Yes, I resigned. Cool. Conflict of scheduling.
Yeah, thank you. So we're just looking for a replacement for Councillor Diche, and we'll have a couple of recommendations that I think we can bring up on screen in a moment to, yep.
It might be for the benefit of a potential member of that. What was the reason why Councillor Diche resigned?
He just said scheduling was a major issue for him.
Scheduling?
Yeah. Yep.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think people really need a reason to resign. They just can resign if they feel like they want to.
Well, it was for the benefit of maybe some that if a member possibly thinking of coming on, and that maybe.
Well, I think in the interim, Genevieve has gone to a meeting, and Councillor Southworth has gone to a meeting as well to try to keep our presence at that at that body. Yep, Councillor Robinson.
I'm quite happy to go to them. However, I just wanted it formalised because it felt a little bit, it needed to be formalised.
Yep.
So, others have covered it, but I'm quite happy to do it if others,
Well, I'll call for a nomination in a second, and then we'll get to that if that's cool. So just waiting for the words to come up. So the first one would just be around discharging Councillor Deshay from that that group. Yep.
I'll nominate Councillor Robinson.
We'll get there in a sec. Yeah, all the councillors are well ahead of us, but we'll get there. So we'll just adjourn for another couple of minutes. So, as discussed before, Councillor Deshay has resigned from that group, and so we'll just got a resolution there to discharge him, and then we'll also do. We'll do that first. Do I have a mover for that for 16.4? Councillor Swiggs. Yeah. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Robinson. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. On 16.5, I'll call for a nomination to replace Councillor Deshay on that group. Do I have a nomination? Yep. Councillor Swiggs.
I'll nominate Councillor Robinson.
Cool. Thank you. And a seconder for that? Councillor Southworth. Thank you. Do you accept that nomination, Councillor Robinson? Thank you. Is there any other nominations for that position? We don't need that, Councillor Korako. So is there any other nominations? I don't think there is. So what we'll do, we'll put Councillor Robinson's name in 16.5, and then we can put that to the vote. So all those in favour of 16.5, we need a mover and a seconder for that motion. Councillor Swiggs and Councillor Southworth, are you happy to move 16.5? Move and second 16.5? Yep, cool. So all those in favour, please say aye. And any against? That's carried. Thank you. And Councillor Burns, you just made me aware of another one, another tidy up, and that is the Ihutai Trust. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, so I'm currently... Excuse me. Yeah, no, I'm currently appointed as the Environment Canterbury rep on the Avon Heathcote Ihutai Trust after Councillor Deshay couldn't be on it, but I resigned at the last meeting, so need someone to take it on.
Cool. So what we'll do, we'll just need to adjourn again to get the words written up on the screen. So maybe you can come and help us get the words right, Councillor Burns, in terms of the wording of the group. So if you can come up and do that. Thank you. So kia ora anō, welcome back. So just as we had explained, Councillor Burns has resigned from the Avon Heathcote Estuary Trust, so we're just going to discharge him as our ECAN member on that trust. So we'll just do 16.6. Do I have a mover for that? I'll move it. Councillor Pauling. And do I have a seconder? Councillor East. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you.
I'll just abstain because I've conflict of interest.
Oh, yeah, and Councillor Davies is abstaining. All good, thank you. And Councillor Korako. Sorry, I didn't call for that. So 2 abstentions there. Anyone else? No. Thank you. That's carried. So, and Councillor Korako. Yep. And in terms of the replacement for that, do we have any nominations for that position?
Yep. Would Councillor Ward consider, given it's a Wednesday night when you're in town and it ties in with delivery and biodiversity interests?
I've got enough on my plate at the moment, sorry. Yeah, thanks anyway, Vicky. But yeah, no, I'll decline that.
Yep. Do I have any nominations then?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Southworth, if she'd consider.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconder? Sure. Councillor Burns. Councillor Southworth, do you accept?
I also have a lot on my plate. And yeah, but I do know the group and I really enjoy working with them. Like there's some real expertise in amongst that group, and so I will accept that.
I just got a question, and I don't know if it's possible, but is there a way of sharing a portfolio or something like that?
Trust, because I think it's one ECAN position on there, yeah. But I'm sure you could support Councillor Southworth, yeah. Yeah, Councillor Sunkel.
I was just going to ask if Councillor East would accept a nomination, but I don't want to nominate him if he did not want to be there.
Thank you for your kind sentiments, Councillor Sunkel. I've represented that committee for a number of years with the city, and I think I've done my time on that.
Thanks, Councillor Sunkel. So is there any other nominations? Doesn't look like it. So if we can put Councillor Southworth's name in 16.7, and have we got Councillor Robinson and Councillor Burns happy to second that? Move and second 16.7. Thank you. So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Any abstentions?
Just due to a conflict of interest.
Councillor Davies, yep. Great. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Well, thank you, Councillor Southworth, for accepting that, and thanks to the others that were put forward. That completes that. So thank you. There's a lot of tidying up we've just done, and I think that's really good because it helps us be clear with who's doing what. We're going to move, but I'm suggesting maybe we just have 5 minutes, 2 minutes, just have a quick stand-up stretch and a drink of water, and we'll come back at 2:40, which is 3 minutes, sorry. So 2 or 3 minutes anyway. No, whatever, it depends on what you're looking at. And we'll be back then. Thank you. Kia ora, councillors and everyone, welcome back. So we're now moving to our items for information to conclude the meeting. We've got item 9.1, which is on page 148. That's our council resolution status report. We'll take it as read. I don't know if there's any questions from councillors that council wants to raise. No, it doesn't look like it. So the resolutions there is that we note the status of our previous resolutions provided in the report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Edge. Do I have a seconder? Councillor East, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you, it's carried. 9.2. This is in our papers here, which is about our, I think it's the water quality one, yeah. Recreational water quality, 2023-24. I'll call Elaine to the table, and Taff, thank you, Tafflin. So welcome to the table. I'll let you introduce this rather large report, but a very important one, so thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. So Tim is not here. So firstly, Tim would normally be introducing this paper, and you'll recall that it was on the Regional Delivery Committee last week and it got moved to here. So Tim, unfortunately, is speaking at the moment at the New Zealand Institute of Agricultural and Horticultural Sciences seminar in Lincoln, so wasn't able to be here. But he did just ask me to do a bit of contextual setting or context setting around it first up. So because it came up at the Regional Delivery Committee last week as well around state of environment reporting. So it was really just setting what this report is and isn't. So although it is reporting on environmental monitoring, it is for public health purposes, this particular reporting. It's not state of environment reporting. So the difference being that this is at select sites for recreation and contact recreation reasons, and it's only over summer, so it's not giving a complete state of the environment picture here. It is simply for this public health purpose. So Elaine will obviously talk around the detail on that. But he also did ask me to say that although the report is written by Elaine as the Surface Water Science Manager, that Elaine is now our new Water and Land Science Manager as part of the realignment of the roles within the science group to ensure that we can deliver on the 3 core services. So he did ask me to just point that out for me, and I will hand over. Thanks.
Kia ora, Tafflin. I will take the paper as read, councillors, just highlighting a few key points on it, in that 85% of our coastal water sites were deemed suitable for swimming based on the grading, and 72% of our freshwater sites. And last summer we had no temporary public health warnings up due to E. coli or fecal pollution at our sites. We did, however, have 22 river sites and 6 lakes that had a warning due to toxic algae, which is cyanobacteria warnings, and they are temporary warnings that go onto a site, not the long-term grade. And this work is done in collaboration with Tamana Ora Public Health Unit and our territorial authorities around the region. So, kia ora.
Kia ora. Thanks, Elaine. Thanks, Tafflin. Is there any questions in regards to the report? Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Edge, and then we'll go Councillor Burns and Councillor Southworth to start with. Where you go, Councillor
Right.
Edge.
Thank you. Thanks for this. Hopefully you can answer this. On page 172, it just describes some sites that had deteriorated from good to fair, and one of them is the Ashley River Rakahuri upstream from the Gorge Bridge. The Gorge Bridge is the location of a camping ground and a really popular recreation area, and I just wondered, is that where the reading's taken, or is it further up towards the Lees Valley?
Oh, just pardon.
Sorry. It's just above the bridge, that site would be, and it is impacted by what's happening in Lees Valley, and we've done some studies up there that I can speak to at another time on surface water and groundwater, looking at the increase in nitrate concentrations coming up there, but that is just above. What it should be noted, though, if it's a cyanobacteria warning or toxic algae warning, that's a visual, so it is any time the staff member is there up or downstream of the actual monitoring site that we may locate it.
Thanks, Grant. Greg?
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. My question relates to, in 2017, the Minister of the Environment was challenged to a fistfight at the Otakaikino swimming hole in response to him changing wadeable to swimmable, which was 260 parts of E. coli per 10 millilitres of water to 540. Has that ever been changed back?
Yes. Sorry. In the MPSFM 2020, wadeable primary and secondary contact is no longer in the legislation.
Thanks for that. And I just say, well done to that person who challenged him.
Councillor Robinson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Southworth. Sorry.
Kia ora. Thanks for the report, and it's, as always, really interesting to read. I'm just interested particularly in the predictive model for the Littleton Whakaropo. Is the intention to have that up and running for the next season, and maybe you have a bit of additional factor of safety in there that year, and then expect it to be refined thereafter as you gather data, or how is that going to get rolled out, and how's that going to work?
Ciara, yes, our model actually is running in the background at the moment. So this is the year for making sure things are running safely, looking at our communications and looking at the percentage sensitivity. So if we take a grab sample and compare it to what the model predicts, how close we are. So that work is happening at the moment within the science team, within our data insights team. And it's looking really, really good. And I'm really excited to have it up and running by next year. So more than happy to talk further to you offline if you like on that.
No, that's fantastic, and thank you for picking that up and running with it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Korako.
Kia ora, tēnā koe, Elaine. I just want to turn to page 209 to 211, and it's more around the Corsair Bay, Rapaki Beach, and thank you for your work on that. I've seen you at Rapaki actually striding up and down the roads, looking into various streams and things like that. And so, one thing that the paper is very, very good, and I mean this is. If there's anything that's actually going to perturb, mana whenua, it's actually something that is directly involved with the health of the harbour. But one thing that's quite concerning is that let's just turn to Rapaki Beach then in page 211, where you have the fecal, is that how you say it? We got another word for it. Fecal. Anyway. You've got that table A4 bar 3, and then the Rapaki outfall at Kuroratahi Road. Is that actually saying that because we've got a reticulated sewer scheme at Rapaki, and with those results, because there's human, is that what we're saying, is that there's actually, you've picked up fecal, in sources when you actually track that? Does that mean we've got kind of leaking septic tank, or maybe there's people that have actually got long drops or whatever, and that's actually going into the streams? Is that what we're saying? It's not avian.
Ciara, through the chair, yes, that is what I was looking for the day I met you, striding up and down the road, was doing a hands-on assessment to see could we locate anywhere where that might be happening. And it's not unusual within a reticulated system for that to occur, and it can be cross-connection, and as you say, an old long drop potentially, but the counts of bacteria are significantly higher than you'd expect from an older system that hasn't been used. It would, to me, look like more of a fresh event, so a a source running through that, a source of fecal pollution continually going through it, with, as you correctly identify, some avian, which is pretty standard.
Supplementary. Yep. It's just that where that outlet goes, it's right almost, it's on Rapaki Beach, which is actually quite worrying, because I talked to Paul Dale and a few of them around this. And do you think that we need to have, that Rapaki needs to have further investigation into those private areas where it could possibly be coming from?
This is very much the area of the City Council, Councillor. So, and they do have a programme at the moment in which they've been advertising, asking people to have a look around their section, as have Environment Canterbury. So we've had some messaging with the leaflet drops, asking people, you know, have a walk around your section. If you see somewhere wet and green from the excess nutrients, give them a call. So it's been looked at, but with City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Korako. Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, look, I asked earlier about the report on Lake Hood, and in fact, reading the report, it's somewhat confusing in that it says that it recognises that it had a health warning over the summer, but that was cleared in June when the river came up and they were able to flush out of Lake Hood and back into the river. But the maps and the diagrams tend to suggest Lake Hood's in pristine state. It is today, but it wasn't for most of last summer. And it's just a wee bit confusing, I guess.
Thank you for the feedback. One point I would make is the guidelines that we work with are unfortunately based just on E. coli or enterococci. Cyanobacteria toxic algae is not considered as part of it when you work out the green or your long-term grade. So Lake Hood is one of those places where the E. coli, so what you use for swimming water quality, is green, is suitable. But unfortunately, I think it was from January to maybe June, we had a toxic algae bloom there, so that there was a health warning in place there. So the way it comes up on LAWA is you would see the warning saying toxic algae bloom, unsuitable for swimming at this site, even though the E. coli concentration would be lower. And those are warnings that are issued by Te Whatu Ora.
Peter?
Thanks, Elaine. Is there a natural degradation to line that rivers take? I note the river, the Opahi River, I've looked at that and has some fantastic flows in it, and it's really clean on the bottom. But as flows go down, does cyanobacteria and E. coli risk go up? Is there a flow relevance?
There certainly is for cyanobacteria, because cyanobacteria is one of these funny ones that has an awful lot of drivers. So sunshine, if the water is stable, isn't moving, quite still, and nutrients. And if you have those conditions, you tend to get an increase in cyanobacteria. So if we are having low flows, naturally the temperature of the water will go up and causes it to occur. So we could be, as for E. coli, you could get a concentration of the E. coli within the flow could be happening also.
Councillor Scott. Elaine, I just had a question about the whakatau stuff, and thanks for all the work that's been going on. The fecal source tracking investigation is very informative, and the predictive model, really looking forward to that as well, because if you look back through the data on LAWA, you can see, the 2022-23 year was the one where you had those little spikes of poor E. coli ratings, which has contributed to the current gradings because it's 5 years of data looking backwards. So my question is really around the actual daily grades or the regular grades that we're taking. They're not all bad though, are they? Like, there's a lot of good results and then there's occasional poor ones. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. The way the grading and the guidelines were done, it's on the 95th percentile. So it's only 1 out of 20 samples really has to be in exceedance for you to tip you over. And often we are getting very good results, except following heavy rainfall. And as you know, in that summer sample, we did have a high concentration of fecal load in the absence of rainfall. So, yeah.
Because that's sort of, advice for people that are going to go over there would be LAWA is a pretty good way to check. You can go check the most recent recording that's been done, and most like when I looked at it, most of them are green, which means it's good. And then if you can look back and see the last poor result, which often can be months back. So I think that's good for people to be able to know and to go on LAWA if they're swimming at Rapaki, Corsia Bay, Gas Bay, etc., that they can go do that for themselves and feel assured that the current state that they might be going into is okay. So I think that's really important. And the predictive model obviously will help when that comes out as well. Councillor Korako, did you have a...
Yeah, I just have an observation as what our chair has just said, is that, and you may remember we had this discussion actually probably last year, I think it was, when suddenly the media got hold of some of the readings, and then then the beaches got closed and all of that. And then the conversation that came out of that, if you remember, Elaine, was that when this testing was done, it was actually post heavy rain or whatever, and so a lot of the issues come from infrastructure and all of that, and which is actually, we have the monitoring function, but we know where the infrastructure responsibility lies. Has there been any work done, with the City Council on this? Because this is the root of the cause in a lot of ways, particularly around Whakatau.
Kia ora. If I could just make one point of clarification with you, we never close the beaches. The only person who can actually close a beach is a medical officer of health under Emergency Powers Act. We issue a notice to say it's unsuitable for swimming and we recommend you don't swim. The infrastructure issue would really be something to speak to CCC on. We work with them in terms of, we do sanitary surveys, walking along, trying to find broken pipes and things like that, and that they have been actively working in that space with us.
Yeah, and I suppose coming back to it is that I'll just sort of redo that comment, is that, yeah, it wasn't, I realise it's not us that's going to close the beaches, but because of the negative media, there was actually suggestions that the beaches all be closed and all that, and then they jumped on it. So, okay, yeah, point taken. No.
I think there is ongoing work with CCC, like Elaine's saying, and it's just something, and the predictive models to try to help that community understanding of it as well. And we understood last time that sometimes it can come from, legacy issues in terms of, broken sewer pipes, etc., on private property, and there has been an ongoing investigation into that. But also sometimes just people swimming out in the water and doing their stuff, which can bring up a human reading as well, as you could imagine. So I got Councillor East and then Councillor Edge with a question.
Thanks. Following on from Nook's line of questioning a moment ago, when we are sampling our various waterways, do we take or do we record the fact that there may have been heavy rainfall or a fresh through the river within a week of the sampling or anything like that?
In short, yes, we do. We have rainfall monitors all around the region and we use that to inform our data. So we take it into consideration. And when it comes to grading, which I think is what your point is to, for our river sites, and it's explained in the document in more detail, but some river sites we actually remove the results if they're following heavy rainfall. and some sites we don't. And the reasoning for that is under the guidelines, you have to be sure that it is reasonably obvious to the public that a rainfall event has happened. So if you're in a river that is quite turbid and brown and a lot of debris and leaf debris in the river, it's obvious a rainfall event has happened. But if you're out in Whakakapi, it's not obvious it has happened because the sea doesn't always reflect what the weather conditions have been. So it's a varied conversation. Some sites we remove them and some sites we don't. And those decisions are reached in collaboration with health.
Councillor Reach.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I mean, it's a really good report. I could ask you thousands of questions, but one thing that caught my eye, on page 183, it lists a number of places where there are permanent warning signage. And one of them, which was a bit alarming to me, was, and I went into a website to check out where it was, the Waimakiriri River, which is a reasonably fast, sort of steady flowing river at Thompson's Road, or the Willows. And the aerial photograph, it's a public place that people are encouraged to go. There are public toilets. There's a dog park, and I thought, is that the is the poor quality of the water of the Waimakiriri River due to that? And then I panned out a bit and looked at the north side of the Waimakiriri River just opposite, which is intensive dairy farming, and the riparian setback from the river on that side is almost non-existent in a few spots where the irrigators come right down to the river. And I just wondered, in terms of that, do you have information? You don't need to do it now, but information about what is the cause of that being so permanently non-swimmable?
In general, a river site reflects the land use upstream from it. So if that were to be the land use and activities upstream from that site, that would naturally affect the water quality there. I don't think, to my knowledge, we have done fecal source tracking investigation at that site, but I would need to double check with you.
Thanks, Grant. I think that's... Ian?
Well, in the Waimak River case, it may be pollution due to other reasons, but when you look at the Ashburton River at State Highway 1, it's back-billed gulls and pigeons. So just because there's a health warning sign doesn't necessarily mean it's something we can do anything about, unless you want me to go in there with my shotgun and move on the birds. But I suspect
that'll be
unpopular.
okay. Thanks, Ian. No, and I mean, it is a complex space, but look, a great report from Elaine and the team. And thank you for all the work on that. And I know it's a regular thing we do, but a really important thing we do, and some real good results. And of course, those things that are concerning, we're on top of them to look at into the future. So thank you. We'll move to the vote on this. Yeah, happy to move it, Councillor Mackay. Oh yeah, true. We just need to do a quick extension of time because we've been 2 hours since 1 o'clock. So can I have a mover for that, please? Yeah, moved by Councillor Burns, seconded by Councillor Robinson. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. So, Councillor Mackay, you've moved the two resolutions here. Do I have a seconder? Councillor East, thank you. Don't think there's any need for a discussion, so all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Yep, for sure. Just push your button. Yep.
Just regarding the one, Waimakiriri Road, Thompson's Road, that's actually Environment Canterbury's Regional River Park, isn't it? Yeah, so that's all us. If you look at the data on page 186, there it's very high E. coli counts right through, pretty consistently through there. So it'd be a long bow to suggest that the farming activities on the north side, when we've got rivers at 40, 50, 60, 70 QMAX coming down there, actually impacting that. But it could well be activities from upstream. I don't dispute that, but birds would possibly be quite high, and therefore, as Elaine suggested, perhaps looking at that is a good idea.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. Have you got a question or comment?
Just one comment after what the comment.
Yep.
Okay. All I want to do is because Councillor Pauling made a comment before about the fact is whatever they do when they're in the water, raises it as well. Because one of the issues at Rapaki is that we have a public toilet that's actually all the way back to the wharf, and there's not one at the beach. And so you're absolutely right, because that's where a lot of when that beach sometimes that's 100 or 200 people there, and so if you don't want to walk all the way to the wharf, guess what? And so that would raise it as well. Yeah.
So just
we need a public toilet.
encouraging people to use the toilet would be great in the public toilet. Thank you.
Yeah, but they need a public toilet at the beach. That's probably what I'm.
True. Thank you.
I'm platforming.
So we've got 9.3, which is the report from the chair, page 222. We'll take it as read. Is there any questions that people have about the report from the chair? Doesn't look like it. So I'll move that we receive the chair's report. Is there a seconder for that? Thanks, Councillor Swiggs. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Now, from here, we're going to move into public excluded. Do I have a mover for public excluded? Thanks, Councillor Ward. Seconder, Councillor Robinson. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. So we're moved into public excluded. We'll just turn. True. We are on to the return to the open meeting, so we've done that. Next meeting, we have a dangerous dams hearings tomorrow at 3:45, and then our next council meeting is on the 27th of November. So that's that. Who did the Karakia? That's you, Councillor Swiggs. Can you do that for us? Thank you.
Unu here. Unuhia ki te uru tapu nui o tāne, kia wātea ke māma ki te nākatau, te tinana, te wairoa i te aratakata, koia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia tina, huie, tae ki e.